Okay, hello everyone. Can everyone hear me? I'm not sure. Hello, Epic. How's it going? I see that you're making headway on your ambient videos. Today we have the ongoing situation with the crappy internet. So, yeah, we're gonna cross our fingers and hope for the best. But if not, well, it is what it is. Things are going well. You're finding it therapeutic. Nice. That's awesome, Epic. Making ambient videos or making videos with music is always fun. It's always really good. Hello, Deck. How's it going? Hello, Leo. Just chillaxing tonight. I'm going to be frank, everyone. We can watch some videos or we can just chat. I'm not too fussed. I mean, I could throw a game on as well, play something. But just having a very quiet night. I've been kind of no-lifing V Rising lately. Just been enjoying that game. So that's been really fun. Hands doing any better? So I've had some more breakouts on my fingers. As people in the Discord probably know. Just checking my levels here. I'm going to turn myself up here. My levels have gone wonky. So as people in Discord know, I've had a rough week this week with my client. There are signs that they are going to listen to some of my suggestions. There's going to be some sections that are going to be harder to deal with, more difficult to write, because it's hard to write something that feels wrong to you, in the sense that it doesn't make sense. And you know that you're going to write it, and it's your job to make sure that it makes about as much sense as you possibly can. So, yeah. It's as a result, my left hand is not scabbing horribly, but one of my fingers has started to show signs of continued peeling, for lack of a better term. Hello, Ben. So yeah, that's the update in Racken. My client is not a bad person. I just need to make this really clear. My client isn't evil or anything like that. It's just difficult to sometimes have to... It's hard to realize you're going to be spending as much time emailing them long-winded reasons why you don't think this is a good idea. And some people in the Discord were like, just write it and get it out. And part of me is like, part of me will write certain things and just get it out. But there's some things that I just can't do. if it makes literal no sense. Because you know what will happen, chat? What will happen is this draft will go to an editor, and the editor will read it and come back to me and ask me what's going on, because we're deviating from the outline that we agreed on. So I'm trying my best to make sure that when the editor comes in, they'll know that things have happened as per the client's request, and that if there's any kind of plot jank, plot holes, contrivances, cringiness, it's literally not me. It's not my fault that we're going down this road. I've been playing a lot of Space Marine 2. It would be nice if there was a simple cream you could use. Yeah. Dissodosis is a bizarre one. Let's just say I had to do some digging in China to figure out what was going on when I first experienced it. So it's I could get corticosteroids. So if people are not squeamish here. So it can go on the palm of, do you see this finger here with the bubbles on the side? So if you let that hang out there, those bubbles are full of water and they will pop and then they will start peeling. So what I would do is I would take nail clippers and I would gently break the largest ones to help with the scabbing and the healing. So are my hands this bad right now? No. But it's dyshidrotic eczema. So it's called dyshidrosis. So this is what I experience when I'm stressed out by my clients. Yeah. And the thing is like it's only so far showing on one finger. So I'm hoping I can power through the majority of the changes and then take my time with the huge issues and then get it out, get it gone. Both for your sake and the rest of the world. Yeah. Creating something you morally stand against sounds very tough. The moral isn't so bad. I actually like the concept of the book. My issue is I don't want to be part of a problem where we're baiting and switching potential readers. I want to give the client the best possible service. Okay? Even if I think that some of their ideas are not great, I don't want to end up in a situation where the client points back and says, this was someone else's problem. So I'm trying to do my best with what I can do because it's the right thing to do on a principle, right? It would be like saying, oh, I hate this client or I hate this person, so I'm going to give them a shitty coffee. That's not professional, in my opinion. So I'm trying my best to do my best, but it has the potential of driving me crazy. And my hands right now, my one finger is getting worse, but it's not showing up yet on my right hand, so we're good so far. But my integrity. Yeah, Ben, you know it. Hello, Jonathan. How's it going? Is the client Rian Johnson? Oh my gosh, could you imagine? I think you can get some ebooks for free. I'll check it out. The name doesn't ring a bell, Leo. I don't read a lot these days. I'm going to be honest. I've not been reading as much. So how is everyone in chat? How's everyone's day going? Did anyone have a good weekend? How's everyone's weekend going? Same old for Ben. Did you kill anything more, Ben? Leo says, bro. Tired, working through the weekend and working all next week. And sleep deprived from the newborn. Oh, yes. Congratulations, Bracken. I recall you mentioned something about that earlier. I hope the little one is doing well. Farming materials. Okay. Things are going pretty well. I'm not sure you read, but I have enough gil to maintain my cafe for 2 years without threatening my goals for a personal large. Ooh, I did see a comment that you made about making a lot of money, but I wasn't sure whether it would go all into the guild or if it was, for other things. Okay. That's good to hear. Could be worse. Oh. Well, did you get some food, Deck? I just came from Pho, where we were celebrating one of my brother's birthdays. So I had a lovely bowl of pho. And then I'm having a Slurpee, a root beer slushy, and a Joe Louis. Epic makes it rain. Eating cereal with blueberries? It's entirely for maid wages. Oh, yeah, Ben, you probably don't have Joe Louis in New Zealand. I should send one to you. The parallels with the pandemic are crazy. Bro, the Black Death makes the pandemic look like small fries. Sounds like a redneck that just got a DUI charge. Here. Wait 1 second. So Joe Louis are a kind of snack that you can get in Canada. They are very soft. Very soft. There's no hardness. It's like a very soft chocolate angel food cake. 2 circles of them with whipped cream in between. And then it's dipped in chocolate. No, it's not marshmallow, Ben. It is whipped cream. It's whipped cream. It's very, very soft snack. Very soft snack. Black Death. Estimated 25 million to 50 million deaths. Between 75 and 200 million people died starting in 1348. 75 to 200 million. No, 50 million is 25 million is between just these numbers. But what people don't tell you, Leo, is Black Death wasn't just one period, Leo. Black Death happened over decades. It happened over decades. So, yeah. Try what? It killed over 50% of Europe. If you want to watch a pretty good coverage of it, that I thought was pretty... There's a lot of good ones, but... So this one here was pretty good. This is worse than pandemic. People crying about coronavirus need to get a reality check as to what the Black Death was. You want to talk like the stories that he relates. He talks about how, and I remember my medieval professor talked about this as well. There were times where, let's say you had 6 kids, one kid gets the plague. So one of the parents would stay with the one child and die with the child, and the other children and the parents would flee to the countryside. The only reason why the Black Plague isn't rampant today, it still exists today, by the way. Black Plague, people still get sick from the Black Plague, by the way. Isn't because of hygiene. Like, not entirely. Like, a lot of people will say, oh, it was because of hygiene or, because of medicine or whatever. No, a large portion of the region why the Black Plague eventually calmed down / it didn't die out, by the way. Once again, I need to reiterate, Black Plague is still with us. It's not gone. But the reason why it wasn't rampant is because it literally, A, it killed everyone. B, people would fly to various corners of Europe as far as they could and create little communities, and they would just hunker down and wait it out. So essentially a form of isolation and death helped kind of gather help calm it down. It's nowhere near coronavirus in terms of intensity. Coronavirus is nowhere near the Black Plague in terms of intensity. So, hello, Shay. I'm going to catch up on chat here. Hello, Shay. How's it going? How many died of our pandemic? Hard to say with the numbers, especially because there were a lot of people, like old people, who were dying of the pandemic because the pandemic, it was like a second relation. It wasn't necessarily the first relation. So yeah. So according to WHO, which once again, we got to take WHO with a grain of salt. $7 million total. Once again, Black Death, I'm sick and tired of people comparing, oh, this is like the Black Death. No, it's not. Shut the fuck up and go away. That's catastrophizing something. We had a flu that was new, maybe man-made. maybe not normal. Let's see. Yes, Joe Louis are kind of like moon pies, but inferior. Yeah, but inferior. Joe Louis, moon pies have a hard layer to them that I find to be horrific. All of this, by the way, all of this is all soft. And this is only the single layer. Guess what you can buy? You can buy a double layer. The double layers are even... I love this stuff. So when my body is ovulating and it's getting ready for female biology, if I eat chocolate, this is what I'm going to eat. Or I will eat dark chocolate, but I'm more likely to eat meat. I'm much more likely to eat meat. But if I do splurge, it will go down into Joe Louis time. So less than 10 mil died, Leo. It's like a flat ho-ho. No, it's rounded. It's about 2 inches thick in Racken. The Joe Louis are like 2 inches thick. Yeah. Or maybe an inch thick. But it's a thick boy. Especially the double layer ones. Oh, Jonathan, we can talk about 7.1 for sure. Reminds me of a moon pie. Yeah, it's kind of like it, but not as good. Yeah, killed 50%, Shay. 50, some people say 60. Make some. Yeah, maybe you can try to make some. Good luck. The outer shell, Ben, it's dipped in chocolate as well. So you'd have to get the cake and the whipped cream together and then dip it into the chocolate. But the records are flimsy. Yeah. Yeah, records are flimsy, but what is not flimsy is the fact that less than 10 mil people died from Rona, and over 25 to 50 to 75 to 500 mil died. Like, we don't, like, the numbers are quite large for, all we know is more people died because of Black Death. Hello, Wooly. The spread would have been 50% whenever it happened, however large the population was. Yeah. It is today a day of morbid history facts. If so, I'm down for the belated spooky stream. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. I thought the plague was fleas. The plague was rats and fleas and poor sanitation. Epic. So poor sanitation also was part of the problem. And then basically people moved in, like, people died, people moved into remote locations, and eventually someone decided that plumbing is a good idea, and then things got better. But actually the Black Plague did not just happen between 13 whatever. It didn't just happen in the 1300s. It actually reoccurred over time, and it spread in small waves across Europe. So Eastern Europe was hit later than Western Europe, for example. It is rare and immune systems have evolved. Yeah, but it still exists out there. So this is where I'm saying is, like, there's a lot of people during Rona who are talking about zeroing out the virus. I'm not a scientist, okay? I'm not a scientist. I'm not a medical expert. But holy shit, even I know that no one has been able to eradicate the common cold. Like, hello. There are a lot of diseases frozen in areas like Russia. I forgot the name of the disease. Rogan covered a story where one of them came back in Siberia. Oh my lord. Could you imagine, Epic? Yeah. Yikes. A deer body thawed out and affected a local herd. That's how it starts. Anthrax. Oh, wow. That's... I want a Chieko Joe Louis 60-minute infomercial. If you ever make your way to Canada, be sure to stop by your local Walmart. At Walmart, you will find, for the low price of $7, 12 Joe Louis in a single pack. These tasty chocolatey and whipped cream treats are sure to delight. You can get single layer as well as double layer for twice the fun. If you are in need of a little treat, be sure to check out Joe Louis. That's Joe Louis. 6 in a box, apparently. It feels like there's always more, but maybe there is only 6. They look flat, but they are not flat. This looks old. This is an old advertisement. This is not, oh my lord, who would buy this? No one's buying a half Joe Louis. What? Maybe Wooly would. Wooly would be like, I can't have snacks, so I'll have just a little bit of it. I'll just have the demi. I'm a demi Joe Louis person. I mean, wasn't the 1918 flu like more than 50 times worse than COVID relatively? Yes, Shay. Yeah. The parallels of Black Death were more social hysteria, not the numbers. Yeah. Well, I mean, everyone's going to start panicking. That's for sure. But I feel like panic should... How can I say this? How can I say this? I think what I find so aggravating, okay? This is why, Leo. This is why I get aggravated, okay? There is this belief in a lot of people have this belief. They believe that human history goes something like this. Like that. And so we're here. And then the Neanderthal is there. So this is the past. And the idea is that we are better than these people, and these people, and these people, and these people. Not just better in terms of our technology and stuff, but also better in terms of our morality, our sense of justice, all of this bullshit. And so you always hear about like how we are the arbiters of the human experience, and we're part of this chain. Like maybe there's more to come in the future, but like we got it made now. And we do in many aspects. We absolutely do. But what really annoyed me about this whole discussion about Rona was the way people behaved was not much different from the way people were behaving back then. In fact, I would argue it was worse. I don't know if anyone has heard, but there were actual stories of parents who had 3-year-old or 4-year-old children, and they would put their 3 or 4-year-old kid, 5-year-old kid, alone in a room because they had Rona. Lord forbid mom or dad go in and stay with the kid. Like, these people in the Middle Ages who were air quote patriarchal and air quote oppressive and didn't have voting, and there was probably some early versions of slavery happening, so on and so forth. These so-called morally inferior people were refusing to leave their children alone to die. Now, I'm sure that there were dickwads in the Middle Ages who would leave their kids to die, but there were stories, like there were stories left behind of parents who would stay with their kids and die with their children who were sick. I just felt like the whole coronavirus problem that we experienced highlighted that we have never changed. We have not changed. There are still people who are selfish. There are still people who don't care about their families. There's still people who guilt trip other people. There's still people who succumb to hysteria. We have not improved at all as a human species. We are the same. And that's why I got a bit annoyed. Because for some bizarre reason, the people on the political left were pro-vaccine, and people on the political right were anti-vaccine for whatever reason, which is not true. There were tons of right-wing people who were getting vaccinated, and I'm sure there were some left-wing people who didn't get vaccinated. But, you know, there was this narrative. And this idea was if you get vaccinated and if you do this or that, you're morally superior to the people who didn't. And then for the people who didn't, you're morally superior if you didn't compared to the people who did. And it just showed to me all over again that humans are complete shambles. Humanity is in shambles. The flautist of Hamelin was based on a plague that happened in Germany in the 1200s. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure that plagues were, because sanitation, remember, they didn't have toilets, right? Killed mostly children. Yeah. The whole problem of the medieval period was we have no conception what it is like to live without a light bulb. Like something as simple as a light bulb transformed our lives. AI Chieko. Chad, how was my AI voice? Was it pretty good? Was it pretty good? Immunities were not always inherited. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. There was an interesting story epic, and Graham Hancock brought it up again recently in the recent Netflix show. So you have, let's say, this is South America. We got Brazil in here. So when the Jesuits went through on some early expeditions, they described massive cities along Brazil, like in this area here. And they were like all these people living along the Brazilian river, deep in the jungle, because they were trying to see how far it went. Remember, nobody actually really wanted Brazil. No one wanted South America. No one wanted North America. They wanted China. Okay, they were trying to find a way to China. Is this the way to China? 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 Like, that's all that they were concerned about. Anyway, so the Jesuit, this one Jesuit bro, he took detailed notes about these large cities of people that existed around the Brazilian river. But about 20 years later, when more Spanish people returned to permanently settle the area, there was nothing there anymore. And they assumed that the Jesuit priest was lying. But they have now come out and discovered that all of this had been swallowed by the forest, the jungle, because the jungle is quite, it's quite, you know, voracious. And all the people had died. And so there was this huge question of where did the people go? And it's a generally held belief that a simple contact with sick Europeans basically probably genocided a whole bunch of people. And these Europeans weren't even shooting them. They weren't going around and like remember, this is early exploration. This is not when people were going in and shooting people up like absolute monsters. We're talking about pre-colonial, but early explorer era. So these were very ordinary explorers, and I guess just one too many were sick, or maybe their bodies remained in the area, and basically their diseases may have actually killed more people than their guns did, which is very fascinating. Actual graph of customers ditching Ubisoft or BioWare. They like to throw in a dip in that line for the Catholic Church in 400 AD on. I got the coof with slightly worse flu. Yeah. Don't get me wrong. It can mess you up. And if you draw a poor genetic card, Rona can mess you up. That's why I sometimes think Rona might have been made by humans and it accidentally got out somewhere. Evolution is the result of uninterrupted string of baby making. We're not the purpose of evolution. Belief it in it aside. Yeah, exactly, Epic. I think people get on this train of superiority and along comes a flu that knocks us back. And I would just wonder how many people have sat and really thought about how society behaved. We just communicate faster now? Yeah, that's true, Leo. That's true. Yeah, I agree. It's up to individuals to improve. I also agree. Oh, that's good. Bed for 3 days, then fine. Yeah, if you pull a good genetic card with Rona, you're good. But I have heard that some people got hit really hard. Some people got the long form version of it. So, like, we have to... I don't like it when certain people hand wave away Rona virus. I think there are aspects of it that should leave us with some question marks. But I just think it showed that when you heard the stories about parents, like, quarantining their 4-year-old, that bothers me. It just tells me that there are some... there are some very disturbed parents out there who just care more about themselves than their children. And that really bothers me. I think it probably bothers me a little bit because I opted to not have children, basically. Like, obviously, I would have to find a husband first to make children, clearly, obviously. And that's not easy. That's very, very difficult, actually, for certain women to get husbands. I never fooled myself and told myself that I would make a good mother. So I just feel like there's a lot of people who are kind of shitty parents. Ever since the inconvenient truth, politics ingrains itself with science as well as religion. That is the social perception, not my own belief. Yeah. There will be another plague that will come around and wipe a huge portion of humanity out. Here's the reality, right? Let's take a little look here. I'm gonna just do a little Googling here. Once again, if you got the vaccine, good on you. You do what is right, what your medical professionals tell you is best for your body, not telling you what you should or shouldn't be doing. Let's see. Okay. Was Bill Gates pro-vaccine? Does anyone know? Can we trust Google to tell me? Okay, he says vaccines are mind-blowing. Oh, yeah. Here, see, this is the question. Yeah. Okay, so Bill Gates, I don't know if everyone knows, but Bill Gates has been banging a drum about birth control and cutting down the population on the planet. Okay. I don't care really about those things, but this is the same guy who's also pro-vaccine, I'm pretty sure. And like, part of me is very confused. I'm like, you are concerned about our planet. You're concerned about about us overpopulating, but Lord forbid people die from, like, maybe, I don't know, some of these things are a way to kind of weed out. Like, what if the Earth is a whole massive organism and flus are simply a way of getting some of the stuff out? I don't know. That sounds very cold-hearted. What, AI voice? Yeah, apparently my voice can sound like an AI at times, Deck. I have a very I have a voice. Let's just say that. Her clients got to her. She's becoming the big sister. Yeah. I've been told before that I have a very even voice that sounds like I am an AI person talking. And I think it's because when I work in customer service, I can sound like that. I sound like Barbie. Yeah, just call it long COVID epic. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I think I've had Rona 3 times. But for some reason, although, you know, everything else about me is average or below average, Rona doesn't affect me the same way. So I've come out of it pretty well. But Rona can affect different people differently. So you really have to take care of yourself. And do what's best for your body, because it appears to be more genetically determined than most other flus. Before or after his project to eliminate malaria. Smack the like button, folks. Oh, yeah, you can smack the like button on my stream. Shay's stepping in here. I have some lovely people. I will say, recently, you know, we've been coming out of autumn, and we had a Thanksgiving, Canadian Thanksgiving. And as per usual, my family gathered, and my father asked every one of us to share one thing that we're thankful for. And I had to say friends. And when I said friends, I thought of a lot of you online who have been cheering me up and keeping me sane in the past few weeks and days. Yeah, it's been really helpful. I will not Fed post. Fed posting is the little cringe that brings 4th grader autism. Willie's afraid to trigger the strummer and himself. Willie and I are kind of like 2 black holes that reverberate together, and it just becomes a shitstorm. Exponential growth was a disproven model, though it is all scientists and graphs. A more realistic model is a plateau, and we already see a decline in birth rates for developed countries. Yeah, absolutely epic. Nature is not always kind. Absolutely, it is not kind. Yeah, Deck, it's a tough one to ask, right? It's a tough question to ask. Absolutely. It took me 6 months for me to finally have non-congested lungs. Yeah, see, some people have no luck in that area, and you really have to take care of yourself. This is why I kind of got a bit upset, because I felt like in Canada, they were just handing money out to anyone. And I felt like they should have kept the money and saved it for the people who are legitimately struggling or having severe compromised immune systems, old people, and let the children go to school and be normal. And just lock away the people who want to be locked away, and give them a lot of money and deliver sanitized food to their door. Big Sister will take care of you. Took 6 months. Okay, you sound like an AI while extolling the virtues of Canadian cookies. I sound like AI when I'm doing customer service. That was my customer service voice. It's very chirpy. It's very similar to my teaching voice as well. So anyway, yeah. So Black Plague, very bad. Glad that we don't have that again, but we need to be mentally prepared. And one thing this has taught me as well is the importance of mental resilience and stuff like that. Mental resilience is so key. It's so key. Second thing on the agenda, I'm kind of excited about 7.1. I have not yet done the normal raids for Dawntrail. So maybe in the next coming weeks, I will take the time to do that. I'm looking forward to the Glam Dresser updates. I'm looking forward to seeing what the PvP updates are. I'm looking forward to the Alliance raids. With it's a Final Fantasy 11 crossover, so that looks fun. Oh my gosh, I gotta spill some tea. Wait 1 second. Where is it? I took a screenshot. Where is it? This is going to be my "some people are never happy" rant. The Mount game has been on fire this expansion, but I feel like there's a massive drought for the casual and mid-core players. Hardcore players are eating like kings this patch cycle. Now, I want to unpack this a little bit more. I think Endwalker's patch content was pretty good for casuals, actually, and was okay for hardcore. It's the mid-core, actually. Like, this person shouldn't be conflating the casuals with the mid-core, because the casuals just came off of a huge amounts of updates that were targeting casual players, like the glams and the better quality of life features for PvE content, like gathering and crafting and other things, plus Island Sanctuary. You know, I feel like if anyone should be crying in a corner somewhere in terms of Final Fantasy XIV, it's the mid-core people that should be crying. I think casuals have been eating well through Endwalker. And hardcore, like the ultimate people, have been fairly happy, setting aside, you know, the odd bug thing that had to be fixed. But like overall, they've had some good raids, top, I think, and DSR. And the casuals, you know, they have chat bubbles to look forward to. They have the increased housing sizes to look forward to. I really think the mid-core, for the first time with the field content, the mid-core will have something to look forward to. But the casuals, I feel, have had it fairly well. So I don't know. I feel like this person is sort of right, but as per usual, I have to disagree a little bit, because it's just like, it's not quite there. It's not quite there. Like, I don't think it's quite 100% true. It's not totally correct. And we will have some stuff for midcore, but it's not coming soon enough. And I do think this was a mistake. I think the team should have pushed out the field content or the yeah, they should have pushed out the field content earlier. They should have pushed it out earlier. But that's just me. Okay, so I've dealt with that person. But this person down here, I'm pretty upset. I've always wanted Wings mount, but it's locked behind extremes. Why is it so damn hard to give something similar to buy from the store? I do not understand, and I'm not willing to learn any extremes because of my lack of time, so I'm very upset. Okay, so first off, lack of time. I mean, that's a situational disability that some of us have, and I'm one of those people, okay? And if you don't have enough time to play the game, that sometimes is a reality. Let's be real. Like, some people have a life, you know, some people have other things to do besides game every single day. Or they have different games that they want to try out and play. So not everyone has the time to sit and prog an extreme, especially if they're a shitty player, right? But like, I just feel like going on the internet and going wah wah wah. It's like, this person does know that if they just like wait, I don't know, like a year or two, they can then do last year's extreme unsynced with a whole bunch of people and get carried to get their mount. Like, I'm so confused, and I'm someone who considers herself to be a very casual person. I in terms of skill level, right? My skill level is not good. I keep telling people this. I'm not a good player. I'm okay. I'm getting by. But I'm not going to be trying to go head to head with Xenosys Vex or Arthas. It's just not going to happen. But I'm certainly not going online and crying because the winged mounts are locked behind the extremes. Like, what are you doing, my dear person? Like, this is terrible. I want the mounts. I want the armor too. Yeah, I want all of it as well. Clearly, I'm going to have to start watching videos because if I'm going to do the extremes, I will have to learn. Like, I will actually have to watch videos, and I'll have to choose my class carefully. It's not going to be easy for me. It can be very hard for me to learn. I'm a very, very slow learner. But I just find this whole thing to be stupid. So the mounts have been fantastic. The amount of mounts that they're giving to us, the amount of, I think doing the Alliance Raid Savage, there's like 2 mounts locked into that, as well as glams and stuff. I think they are doing much better with rewards. I feel like, I just think like you come away feeling like no one is going to be ever happy. This is life. This is life, I guess. And the reality is that casuals had their casual content. It was called Island Sanctuary. And now they're bitching and moaning because they can't get their wings. I can't get my wings. And yeah, the hardcore players have been doing fairly well. The mid-core are the people who have been silently suffering. I know a lot of guy players who are mid-core players, or call themselves mid-core anyway, and they feel not represented in the game, and they want more content that's kind of in the middle. We will potentially get it with the field content, right? But field exploration's not coming out for another, I don't know, half a year, 4 months, 5 months, right? We're not going to see it until spring or early spring, maybe around my birthday. I don't know. So anyway, I thought these two comments were so indicative of, number one, people feeling entitled to every piece of reward without actually working to get that reward, and then people conflating issues, because I feel like it's not easy to just pump out content all the time and get every single thing in. If I was going to make a criticism, it would be that Midcore needs more content, and that they should have pulled the field exploration back by, a couple patches. They should have started it earlier, in my opinion. Even though, I'm sure chat's going to tell me, well, Chieko, it's tradition for it to come out in 7.2 or 7.3. I don't care. They should have broke with tradition. They should have pushed something out for Midcore in 7.1. That's my hot take. That mindset has ruined WoW. Can you elaborate on that, Shay? Could you elaborate on that mindset specifically? Like the casual mindset wanting stuff, or the mindset where everything should cater to my interests, or the mindset that I should be playing this all the time, or the mindset that the hardcore players matter more than the casual and midcore? The children yearn for the mines? Absolutely, Jonathan. They should have put it out with the first step of the relic grind and make it so grindy. Make it so grindy that Zepla and all of these other people who want grind, that they're crying. Put in a gacha system while you're at it with horrific RNG at the bottom with like a little asterisk, 0.00005% chance of getting a 10 out of 10 shiny gem that you can slot into this relic. I'd love that. Put it in there. Wanting our mount to be in the shop, brain rot. I would argue brain rot, actually, Wooly. I actually think it is brain rot, because I saw someone else saying that on Reddit. They were complaining about the axolotl being given for one of the Savage Tier raids in Endwalker, and they were complaining that the cute mount was locked behind a Savage Tier content. And I was like, well, you could get good. March, April. Yeah, that's what I figured. Casual players should be able to get more of the stuff elite players get has ruined WoW. That time constraints shouldn't restrict players. Yeah. Thing is, Shay, if you don't put in enough grind, people complain. They bitch and moan. There's not enough for me to do. They yearn for the mines. They want to grind it out. And then you got the people like this person here who's complaining about having to do an extreme raid. Now, granted, extremes can feel hard if you're shitty, right? If you're a shitty player like me, an extreme can feel like it can feel extreme. Now, certain people like Wooly might be falling asleep while he's doing an extreme. For me, an extreme is very extreme. But setting aside the god tier gamers, there are lots and lots of gamers who might look at an extreme and feel like, I can't do that. So this person doesn't have enough time. Doesn't have enough time. And my thing is I understand that. I don't have enough time either. There are so many things I have to do and I want to do. I don't want to live in the game. So I have to accept, and this might be something new to this person over here. I have to accept that I'm not going to get everything right away. I'm going to have to wait. This is life. I don't know. I just feel like this is like modern entitlement right here. I don't have enough time, but I still want it. Can I just buy it? what in this is why gacha and mobile game industry is the way it is. People like this right here, instead of learning to wait and just get it eventually, they want it now. If you don't have time for the grind, you shouldn't be playing an MMORPG IMO, or at least not expecting to do capped content. I think equating MMORPGs to grinds is unhealthy. However, if something is if something is going to be worth something, then you have to put it behind something. So, like, just to be clear, Shay, doing an extreme is not hard. Can someone in chat tell me how long it would take for a normal player like them to do an extreme? I think it took me somewhere between 24 to 36 hours to learn Savage, first room Savage. So just to be clear for you, Shay, just so you kind of know, because you don't hang out in the space. In Final Fantasy XIV, there's various levels of content, okay? So there's your normal dungeons. Okay, so this is your normal dungeon. And then you have your normal trial. And this is a single pull boss, usually. Okay, so this is one boss. Okay, and when you die, everyone resurrects right in front of the boss. There is no mobs, nothing going on, just a single arena with a single boss. Okay, normal dungeons will have mobs, boss, mobs, boss, mobs, boss. Now, in between, there is one kind of dungeon called a hard dungeon. It's probably not much more difficult than a trial, and they are kind of in here. Now, above the normal trial boss and the hard and normal dungeon, we will have the normal raids. So there's the 8-man and the 24-man. Sometimes the 24-man is more difficult than the 8-man because it's like a shit show in there. But generally, these raids are different. There are 12 8-man raids and there's 3 24-man raids. And the 8-man raids will have one boss per room. So like you go in and you face one boss in the 8-man raid. In the 24-man raid, you usually have like 4 bosses. And sometimes there are mob packs in between, but nothing really huge. So all of these, casuals and hardcore, are all expected to clear this, okay? You are expected to clear this stuff to get your basic content. Everyone has to know how to clear this. It doesn't matter if your fingers are broken, you need to know how to clear this. But above this, you have stuff like extremes. And extremes are kind of like... These are the trials, but harder. And then there's also Unreal, which is old trials revamped to be equal, like at scale to the current numbers. And then you have Savage. And Savage are the 8-man raids made difficult. Okay, these are way difficult. They have newer mechanics. The mechanics are harder. There's usually some sort of skill check, heal check, DPS check. And then way up here, depending on the raid, you have what is called ultimates. Ultimates are extremely difficult. Like, so difficult that even WoW raiders have to prog. Like the mythic world firsts in WoW, when they went over to do ultimates, they also had to like prog like normal people. So ultimates are extremely difficult. All right, this is all optional. You do not have to do anything. You do not have to do any of these at all. None. This raid right here will give you your gear. You do not, and doing this raid here will also give you good gear, I think. But basically, I think it's the Alliance raid that helps you catch up, basically. So if you're a newbie or you're just an average bro, you just do this and you're fine. All of this shit up here, no one has to do it. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it. And a lot of the stuff that happens up there has like additional high level gear, but it's not, let's just say this, you don't have to do it if you don't want to. And sometimes for these, you get special weapons. For these, you get 2 mounts. And for these, you get mounts. Okay, so there's mounts linked to this, and there are special weapons that are really pretty linked to that. Okay, and so you have people who are bitching and moaning about the difficulty about getting mounts on these difficulties. But what you could do is wait for like a year or 2 years to the next expansion, and then you unsync these with, 8 people or whatever, and you could probably clear it fairly well. It's insane. So why are you complaining? Like, stop complaining. Anyway, like this is not. So anyway, let's see what people are doing. Saying extreme dungeons and job distinction. Extreme dungeons. I've given up live service MMO games because I know my time constraints, meaning I'll never be able to get all the rewards I want, and then the FOMO gets me. Yeah. And Racken, Final Fantasy XIV is really special in that their FOMO is only limited to PvP seasons, and usually there's like a single mount or a single piece of glam. For out of all of the MMORPGs, there's a reason why a lot of dads play 14. It is not grindy, and there's almost no FOMO. So all of these mounts, all of these weapons, they do not go away. You can go back and you can clear them with people unsynced. They are not gone. They are there. There's almost 14 has so little grind that's what people are complaining about in Racken. They're complaining in Racken because there's not enough grind. That's the problem in 14. There's not enough stuff to do. Yeah. So in Racken, if you ever want to get into an MMO as a parent, this is the MMO to try out. Number 1, good story. Number 2, almost like the grind is just, it's there, but it's not grindy enough. People have been complaining. It's not grindy enough. There's not enough, and there's not enough mid-core content right now. They should have put field exploration earlier, but yeah. So in Racken, 14 does not have this problem. 14 is not like that at all, not in the slightest. There's a little bit of FOMO with a couple of things, but overall, almost nothing there. Even like dailies, you could go in, log in, do your dailies if you want. But if you decide not to do your dailies, the game does not punish you for going away and coming back. Assuming a half-decent group, an extreme should take a gaming session of a few hours to learn and clear. Okay, so if everyone's brains are in their skull and everyone is cognizant, you can clear, according to Wooly, within a night, a raid. You can learn and clear within a night. If you're not Chieko, if you're not, cursed with a learning disability of some kind or physical disability, if you are a fairly normal gamer with fairly, good gaming abilities, you can clear an extreme probably in a single night. I would probably take about 2 nights to clear, maybe an extreme. Maybe, 2 nights. I think it would take me 2 nights to clear an extreme. This is not a grind, okay? The word grind does not really occur much. Now, of course, there are grinds in 14. I'm not saying that, but I'm suggesting almost none of it is time sensitive. And there's time gating in some cases, but it's rare. It's a rare thing. I didn't do Shadowbringers Extreme Trials and approved finally being rewarded for my patience. This round of Mogtome Stones gave out a Shadowbringers Extreme mount. Nice! That's good, Jonathan. Okay. Extreme Trials are equivalent to early heroic bosses, including Extreme Trials are equivalent to early heroic bosses, excluding the damage check bosses, Shay. I do wish we had slightly harder version of 24-man Alliance raids. The last 3 in Endwalker were a snooze fest. Well, Sephian, if things keep going the way they're going in Dawntrail, the Alliance raids should be quite a nice little challenge for people. And the Cloud of Darkness Savage, the 24-man Savage, is everybody up in the know on the 24-man Savage raid? Holy shit, dude. So they have some fairly interesting, let's see if they I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So I'm gonna just, sorry, Meowny, I love you. So the Cloud of Darkness, known as Chaotic. So they're doing a cloud of, look at this nonsense. Get out. Savage tier Alliance raid. So you unlock it by completing the main scenario quest Dawntrail. You go in with your raid finder or party finder. Okay. This is the party composition. 2 tanks, 4 DPS, 2 healers, times 3. So it's 24 people max. So 3 pati. That's pati right there in Japanese, because I can read that actually. So this is what you're going to need to go in. This is insanity. I'm so scared, but I kind of want to try it out, but I feel like I'd go in and I'd be like an albatross around their neck. Party size requirements. Performed alliances may undertake the duty with 12 to 24 members. Difficulty and rewards will remain the same. Difficulty is balanced around 24 member alliances. So if you want to challenge yourself, you can just go in with 12. If you want to, get your butt, some Cloud of Darkness has got some sexy side ladies going on. Yeah. And then apparently, wow. That's looking, oh no, there's a tether. Uh-oh. And then they go into rewards. So you can get some item level 730 gear. You'll have mounts, minions, and hairstyles for the rewards. Tokens, which can be exchanged for the rewards. And then to encourage people, get this, they are coming out with a new system for rewards. First time duty bonus. Additional tokens will be awarded in proportion to the number of Alliance members new to the duty. A randomly occurring reward bonus will persist for several hours. You enter the duty during this period for improved drop rates and additional tokens. And then on top of that, I think they also said, I think they will have this bouncing between different data centers to encourage data center travel. Probably like us being on Kraken, we will have permanent bonuses to encourage people to come to Dynamis centers. Yeah. And then the mount is this. We'll listen to Mione here.
Triangular bass from a chaotic raid. It plays the Cloud of Darkness music. It looks amazing. And it even has a special action button that presses and then makes your character panic as the tile flashes to red, making it fade and you fall off to desummon the mount. I think that's actually brilliant, and what a well thought out mount. Another mount is actually literally the Cloud of Darkness. You float inside this cloud as your character in her cloud and float around, which...
Party! Could you imagine Koa in his own cloud of darkness? Chieko's cloud would just be too cute. Yeah. So Cephian, if you like very difficult stuff, this might be the content for you, because apparently it's very, very, very good. No trash or run back. Yeah. That's kind of wild. My guild's doing super casual progression and doing early heroic bosses right now, so that's equivalent to what people are complaining about. Yes, Shay. You have to understand that 14 does have a section of its player base that is extremely casual. Like, they're like very casual. And by extremely casual, I mean low skill. Okay, I do need to be very clear here. Low skill or no time. Do you remember how I talked about it before? How there's like like you have how much time do you have, and then how much skill do you have? These people have little time and no skill, or lots of time and no skill, or no time with lots of skill, or lots of time with lots of skill. So you have all of those players in one game, and the no skill people, whether they have lots of time or not, they are complaining because they don't want to learn basic shit. And I mean, it would take me 2 nights to learn, but it's only 2 nights. Maybe 3 if I'm having a relatively brain dead period. Like, how hard can that be? Like, it's insane. I think Yoshi said the Alliance raids will be more challenging this expansion. Hopefully it will be Ivalice release level of challenge. Yeah. I'll be going in there and I'll be making people cry. They're going to be like, I hate this summoner. We're doing 2 hours of progression 1 night per week in early heroic. Yeah. Shay, extremes, I think you could clear an extreme within 12 hours to 24 hours, like total of hours. So maybe 12 weeks, 2 hours per week. If you're like really slow learner, like really slow. But I've heard of people who will clear an extreme within 4 to 6 hours, like within a night. They will have it cleared. So it depends on the player. I really do believe that. It does depend on the player. But if you're a crappy player, you could just wait for it to become old and run it unsynced, and then you're done. One thing negative about 14 is that if you own a house, you basically are forced to sub to the game to keep it. Yes. Yeah, that is true. Yeah. Looks like they brought back the disappearing timed tiles as well. I got to see this. Yes, Cephian, I heard that they're bringing back the timed tiles. Yes. If chaotic raids are successful, they should be a staple for 14 content going forward, like ultimates. Absolutely, Jonathan. I think having those raids are important. And I know it's scary for a lot of people, including myself, right? We get a little worried because if you have respect for your fellow players and you have OCD or like a performance anxiety, I definitely think you will feel nervous going into a Savage tier content. Rightfully so. But as usual, Black Mage is out in Timbuktu. Black Mage is getting a rework, I heard, but apparently they have like 2 ley lines now. I don't know. I must learn immediately. Well, the Cloud of Darkness thing might be longer, party, because that one's an Alliance raid Savage tier content. Savage might be longer, but you're smarter than me actually, and you have better hand-eye coordination, so you might even be able to clear it within like a night or 2. But the winged mounts are fire. I want the winged mounts, and I'm ready. My body is ready to clear extremes for the winged mounts. I tried to do the extreme for Endwalker, the final boss in Endwalker, and there was a mechanic in it that killed me every single time. Could not figure it out. My brain could not understand it. And people tried. People were trying to talk me through it. Made no sense. I was killing everyone. So eventually they gave up and I never cleared it. So like yeah, maybe if I went back now, I could somehow reason through it. But yeah, it relied on something happening in sequence and then happening in reverse. So you had to remember the sequence and then you had to remember the reverse of the sequence. And depending on what mechanic you're given, you had to do one of 3 different things. Yeah. Anyway, it wasn't good. Anyway, hopefully that kind of, that's me talking about. Okay, so we talked about what so far we've talked about the 7.1 patch. We talked about the Black Plague, Dragon Age Veilguard. I bet there will be a Discord for chaotic raids like Eureka and Boja. Yeah, I'm going to be good. I'm going to be good, Jonathan. Guess what? I'm going to watch videos. I'm going to find out if I need to meld materia. I'm going to try to be the best summoner on the planet. I'll do my best to be a responsible member, but I can't promise to be perfect. You were never the safety Dorito. I would, the day I'm the safety Dorito, Wooly, I will, what will I do the day that I don't know. I'll do a little dance. What? Epic got, Epic, you got blocked? How? How did you make Susan unhappy? Just be careful, Epic. Say your thing in Discord. Say whatever it is you want to say, Discord. I'll check Discord. Holy shit, dude. We lost Epic. What is with YouTube these days? Anyway. The Dragon Age Veilguard stuff is hilarious, by the way, everyone. I am working on a script with my initial thoughts, but then I stopped because, number 1, my recording kind of got weird. Number 2, I feel like I should place a chunk of it myself before I weigh in. Just in case people are wrong, I have to make my own judgment call. But my early judgment call of Dragon Age Veilguard is that the writing is absolutely atrocious. And I came up with this lovely NFT. You guys would be so happy. Here, let me show you my early... This is a sneak peek. This is the NFT I made. So we have, and you might be wondering what's going on here. So I think a lot of people want to be quippy, and then you have this modern fantasy, and then you have moralizing. And it's and Dragon Age Veilguard is an example of them trying to get in the middle, and it's an absolute cringe. Absolute cringe. Oh my lord. Oh my good giddy aunt. Oh, we lost Ben. Ben and Sim and Epic. Holy crap. My community is being hunted. Oh my good lord. Ark is Ben. I know Ark is Ben. I can't believe I'm remembering people's alts. Ben, you should feel special. I remembered your alt name. I actually remembered Sim's alt, though. Sim? Stay safe out there. We know. Nah, just play Origins and have some actual fun? Yeah, I need to play Origins, Wooly. I never played Origins. What happened? Jonathan, we lost Epic and Ben, and they've had to log in with alts. YouTube is hunting people, so just be careful out there, Jonathan. I'm the most left-leaning person in the group. I feel like it's guilty by association. Cancel them, not me. Be back in a bit. Work. Okay. Good luck out there, Wooly. Yeah, that is so crazy, especially Epic. Epic is like so progressive. He's a good guy, Susan. Anyway, so yeah, I think I've been watching some videos of the dialogue, and the dialogue is poorly written. It's just very bad. And as you can see here, I noted that Narnia and the Sandman Netflix show are prime examples of stories with very strong messaging, but they aren't complete trash fires. They're fairly well written and very enjoyable. And the reality is that, and Game of Thrones, did you notice I put Game of Thrones very close to moralizing? Because I think the point of Game of Thrones had a very strong ideological message. So overall, we have a situation where we have a game trying to say something meaningful, and it's just really, really bad. And it's harming the IP. It's probably making a lot of people on that side of the discussion, right? The people who are meant to be included, to feel included, making them feel like cringe, right? I bought and have played Dragon Age Veilguard. What did you think, Jonathan? How's the music? Because I heard the music is being done by Lauren not Lauren Balfe. Lauren Balfe and Hans Zimmer. How was the music? I love Lauren Balfe and Hans Zimmer, so I'm curious. And I thought the world looks really pretty. I'm just sad that it's not pure open world. I'm curious, Jonathan, as to your take on it. Just the clips of the writing I've seen has been really bad. Like, really cringy. But maybe it's not the whole entire thing. You're enjoying it so far? Like the gameplay or the story? Okay, while Jonathan is composing, was seen talking to me earlier. He's nicked Sonny Jim. I plan to jump onto Veilguard when I can do it without the social media impacting my experience. That's fair. Oh. Huh. Well, Ben and Epic, we will hope that you don't disappear 100%. So we got a couple videos here. We have why matriarchies fail. We have one reason modern entertainment is failing. And then we have this one here. Why enjoy games more than movies now? So we have these three possibilities here to chat about. Everything is pretty good. Yeah. Yeah. It looks okay to me. It looks okay. I haven't heard the music yet, but Hans Zimmer and Lauren Balfe get hearts from me. But the writing I've seen is cringy. The writing is extremely cringy. But yeah. Okay, so you're saying the direction is interesting, but the writing itself is very on rails. Yeah, I'm going to probably, I have a feeling that, I don't know. When I played Dragon Age 2 and 3, I had a great time. I had a lot of fun. But holy moly, I hated Sarah. I got her out of my party as fast as I could. Yeah, I watched Skill Up's review, Ben. He was scathing. And he's normally fairly even-handed. Mr. Maddie was scathing. Mr. Maddie has been accused of being a shill. I think they're admitting to something that very few people want to admit to, which is that the writing is shit. Because what I've seen so far, the writing is shit. Now, the story concepts might be good, where they're taking the lore might be interesting, but how it's being executed in terms of dialogue and characterization, lack of story choices, lack of real role-playing, it feels shitty. A lot of repeating the situations. 6 out of 6 or 7 out of 10 so far, which to me took me by surprise. Yeah, I mean, a 6 is, it means, it's like 50 Shades of Grey is a 6. 50 Shades of Grey is like a 5 or a 6. It's better than some stuff I've seen on Wattpad, but that doesn't mean that it's a 9 or a 10, which is what some people are giving it. Do you know who was also... This might get me in trouble, but we're going to watch it.
Don't worry, you guys. I'm still working on my Black Ops 6 video. Still trying to get the game to launch. Haven't had any success yet. Today we're going to switch it up, though, play some Dragon Age. This is a big year for Dragon-type games. Dragon Ball came out. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Now Dragon Age is out. Dragon Quest, I think, is coming out pretty soon. Dragon fans are really getting their money's worth this year. I'm almost done compiling these shaders, and we're gonna start playing as a little dragon, like a little Spyro. Uh-oh. Those are the only employees left at BioWare after Anthem. Well, the game launches. You gotta give them that. Oh shit, don't show that Starfield guy this. He's gonna go crazy over this game. Whoa! beat down the entire room to get the information. Hell yeah, here we go. Here, look at this. Boom. Oh, kill that guy. Oh, kill that guy. Oh, no. Beat that guy, Yeah, there you go. Ooh, oh, yeah, he's dead. Oh, he's dead.
Not enough gold in the world for this.
Oh, that guy dead.
There was probably an easier way to do that than fighting an entire bar.
No, that was the best and coolest option. This is funny jumping. Uh-oh.
We should head back. Solus is probably inside.
No, we should go this way. There's probably 10 gold over here somewhere.
Solus has been around longer than Minrathous itself.
No way, Minrathous has been here forever. Woo! Oh, close one. I thought I was playing the indie game for a second here. The Tree of Galantis. I thought this was destroyed in the Elven Wars.
And I thought the demons were bad back in Mirathus. The fate's a mess this close.
Was that funny?
I'm a mage.
I'm a night elf Mohawk.
Oh no!
They killed that guy! He's from the old Dragon Quest. Oh, never mind. He's still alive, even though he got stabbed in the throat.
You're okay, but I saw Solus stab you. You fell.
Trust me, kid. I've had worse.
This is where people come when they dream, but dwarves don't dream. And somehow, we're here.
Yeah, it's unreal. Nev thought we should talk.
We should.
You know me.
Do I?
She's a mage.
I'm a mage.
You have plants.
So, we stopped the ritual.
And Varric paid the price.
Except it didn't count.
We found Solus and stopped his ritual.
How many times are we gonna recap the storyline?
While I was out cold, he showed up in my dream and
Yeah, that just happened. I remember.
Except that dwarves don't dream, remember?
Yeah, I remember you said that 17 seconds ago.
Elganon and Gillinane.
The guys from Warhammer?
Elganon and Gillinane.
Now they've escaped.
The elven gods, Elganon and Gillinane, have escaped.
By the way, did you know that the elven gods have escaped? Also, I need to tell you something. The elven gods have escaped. By the way,
Elven gods escaped from their prison. Solus is in your head. And we're scrambling to figure out what to do.
Once you're in, you can't get out. But I think I can find a way out.
kick 'em. I like the kicking. The kicking is fun. Now this guy's from Doom. We gotta kill this guy. Boom! Oh, they're all out of there.
Darkspawn.
That was pretty cool. Perform takedowns like God of War.
Artifact down.
Bunch of artifacts that
Artifacts.
Ancient artifacts. She was off looking for another artifact, and the artifact, these artifacts.
Please don't talk about the artifacts anymore. Please.
So what is this artifact we're looking for exactly?
I have a couple of theories, but nothing definite.
They had me in that opening with that bar fight. That was awesome. Remember that?
What kind of artifact shows up in an armory?
I have a theory, but we're miles away from where that artifact should be.
If I want to hear about artifacts, I'll play the game Artifact, which got shut down because nobody wants to hear about that shit.
It's all right. Talking has helped.
Well, wasn't expecting to fight an ogre today. Then again, I also didn't expect to learn that my gods are rampaging around and trying to end the world. Just one of those days.
Was that funny?
What does that crystal do?
It's an artifact.
Keeps the artifact powered. It's kind of my thing, fixing magical stuff.
That's what her character is.
Strife and Irulan will want to know about this. And the Blight, and the Darkspawn.
And the Gully Man, and the artifact, and we're gonna have to keep recapping the storyline 50 more times.
you're back and you're alive. Good.
It's good that you're alive. It would be bad if you died. Get up there. Oh no. Dwarves can't swim, that's right.
Dwarves can't be possessed.
Dwarves have never used magic. We can't.
Then why the fuck did I pick dwarf? I'm going back to Black Ops.
Guys. Okay. I read shitty male on male stories. Okay. And even I'm looking at this and this has about the same vibe. So of course, I might have. No, there's just too many girls in here. Too many girls. Way too many girls. It should be all boys. They should be all hot. Half of them should be gay. Half of them should be straight. And you can only play as a girl. And yeah, Fujoshi Dream. No, okay, joking aside. What I'm trying to say is this writing is par for the course for like someone who's watched Sex in the City and likes that kind of light riffing joke that you get when you read your average contemporary romance. This writing sounds like contemporary romance. This is romantasy writing. Okay? There's nothing wrong with it, except that if you don't like that style of writing, if you don't like that shitty quipping, if you don't like that repetitive information over and over again, like you're an idiot, then this game is not for you. And you're going to find it to be really shitty. And it is kind of shitty. It still is very done poor. I've seen better written stuff by self-published people online with good editors. Still bad. Unlike some people, I don't need choice to be real in order to be immersed in this story. Like, obviously, Final Fantasy XIV doesn't have real choice. Final Fantasy doesn't have choice at all, really. Just flavor text. And it still is a fantastic story. The people sound like they belong in that world, and the stakes are real. This game is offering you supposed choice, but not really. And that's what I don't like. And on top of that, how the characters are talking sounds weird for that whole world. It just feels it's cringy. It's very, very shitty. But I'm gonna play it myself, and then I'll make my own judgment. But 6 or 7. Yeah, could be 6 or 7, but it's not a fail, but it's not a win. And anyone calling it a 9 out of 10 or a 10 out of 10 probably should check to see if they have. Yeah. Fallout 4 setting the bar that low. Fallout 4. I love Dragon Age Origins, but I hate the other Dragon Age games. I played 2 and 3. 2 and 3 for me, I felt preached at with 2 and 3. I definitely could see the ideology coming a mile down the road. They were making some very obvious statements about religion and politics in both 2 and 3. But at least in 2 and 3, you could piss off certain people so you don't have to see them in the game anymore. And you can get them out. Like Sarah drove me insane in Dragon Age Inquisition. Get her out. My super hot, sexy half-elf or elf man was making love with Dorian. Bless his heart. And I was so moved, I wrote fan fiction on the strength of it. I genuinely enjoy Dragon Age Inquisition. And as someone who enjoyed Dragon Age Inquisition, I find this dialogue to be cringy. So that's saying something. I'm not like one of those like Dragon Age Origin Andes who rightfully are probably mourning the death of their favorite game. I'm sorry for your loss. But I'm not one of those people. I'm literally someone just coming in, having fun. And even I am going, I think this isn't so good. This is not looking all that great. And I'm saying that as someone who enjoyed Dragon Age 3. So it's not like I'm some bitter person who's clinging on to the past or something like that. Like that's not what's happening here. I consider myself to be fairly like okay with things changing or transforming over time, but in this case it is a little bit, I don't know, like there's some aspects of the writing that it's a problem. It's a bit too cringy for me. Waffle House training. You should play Dragon Age Origins. Oh, it's on my computer. It's installed. I just have to sit down and play it. Anxious Psyche. Please link that in the Discord or send it to me. Please link what, Ben? I was blocked as well. Oh my lord. Are people in my chat getting blocked? How many people are in here? I'm like I'm not even a minnow. I'm a YouTube algae. There's only like 13 people in the stream. I'm like a little YouTube algae. I'm not even a krill. You romanced Cullen? Oh, What was wrong with Sarah? Oh, Sarah. Let's see. Dragon Age Inquisition Sarah dialogue. First conversation with Sarah. Let's see.
So, this is it, huh? Oh no, it's fine, yeah? It's just, I thought it'd be bigger. That would have been hilarious if you were a man, right? Wasted. Anyway, stopping wars should earn more sovereigns than this. Need things back to normal for coins to be flowing again. Another reason the Templars and mages need to be sat down.
It's not just a war between those two.
Well, sure, the sky has a hole in it, but I can't put an arrow in that. Well, I have. Doesn't come down. That's weird. And that's the point, right? It's weird and right there, but they still want to punch each other.
Let's see. Where's the first cutscene? No, I don't want. Where is it where she was going off on someone? Ah, dang it. Let's see.
Do you have a problem with our new allies? With mages?
No problem with mages. I mean, you know some that are all right. My problem is magic. If mages sat on their hands, everything would be fine. I mean, yay, freedom. Great for them. Over there, away from me.
Is the Inquisition what you thought it would be?
Well, you're dragging people together. Suppose that's something. You're gonna need more Trebbitt.
Oh man, I wish I could find the cutscene where she's going off about inequality. So she's basically a social justice warrior, and she goes off on inequality and stuff. And she's kind of like a angry female Robin Hood. And basically, like, there's a whole cutscene where she's going off, and I agree with her. I'm not pro class difference, right? It's just the way she was written. She was so abrasive, And Party, she is lesbian. So in order to romance her, you have to be a girl. So obviously my gay elf boy is not going to be romancing her anytime soon. But there is a certain family member, Party, who totally went for her. Just let that percolate. Let that percolate. Yeah. You know him. I know him. Yeah. Here's Dorian.
I don't wish to alarm anyone, but I believe we've all gone blind.
It's the lack of fashion that really strikes fear into my heart.
Send him a fruit basket. Everyone loves those.
I may vomit. All this dancing, politics, and murder makes me a bit homesick.
Vishanti Kothas. You're swearing, I know it.
Vishanta Kafas.
Literally, you shit on my tongue. First, you are terribly dull and I hate you.
I love you.
I knew you would break my heart, you bloody bastard.
I was distracted, that's all.
Distracted? By my wit and charm? I have plenty of both.
If you could find me 10 silk scarves, I've got a dance that could really shock them.
You have to fight for what's in your heart.
I agree.
One of mine? Like a pet? Like a giant darkspawn hamster with aspirations of godhood? Dorian, why can't you look after your little friends? Corypheus peed on the carpet again.
Hard for an inquisitor.
My footsies are freezing, thank you. In ancient Tevinter, they called this place Vina Herdalis. It means the downy hairs upon your arse. My arse should open up a shop. It's apparently quite prolific.
This conversation has taken a turn for the moronic.
I can do this all day! Mountains, cold. Let's bring Dorian. Sometimes the ones you love are also the ones who disappoint you the most. You think that if they love you, they should understand. They shouldn't want to hurt you. So you feel betrayed. You say things you can't ever take back. I do.
Does anyone know if Dorian shows up in Veilguard? That was one of the few reasons for me to want to play Veilguard, was to go to Tevinter and find out what happened to my old flame. Does anyone know? Or is everyone in chat been silenced? Oh my Lanta. Okay. Sarah is awful. See? I'm not the only one. Okay, anxious romance Cullen. She's woman. Yeah. So we're blocked in other people's streams too, or just yours? I don't know, Epic. Let me know if you... Like, I'm so sorry, everyone. I don't know what it is. Have I said something? I even forgot her name. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm going to say this, okay? She represents a very true struggle that I think is actually more realistic for medieval fantasy. If you're going to do a medieval fantasy and you want someone to be talking about justice, social justice, then actually talking about inequality is actually... that doesn't bother me, really. It's just how she was written. It was just too much. It was too obvious. It felt preachy. And I don't respond well to that. I don't respond well to that at all. Sarah actually got Sarah Inquisition song. Has the best song called Sarah Was Never.
Sarah was never an agreeable girl. Her tongue tells tales of rebellion, but she was so fast and quick with her bow. No one quite knew where she came from.
Sarah was never the quietest girl. Her attacks are loud and they're joyful, but she knew the ways of nobler men, and she knew how to enrage them. She would always like to say, why change the past when you can on this day? Today she will fight to keep her way. She's a rogue and a thief, and she'll tempt your fate. She will always like to say,
Why can't you imagine I can always stay today? She will fight to keep her way. A rogue and a thief, and she'll tempt your fate. Sarah was never quite the wealthiest girl. Some say she lives in a tavern.
I see.
She was so sharp and quick with a bow. Arrows
So-
strike like a dragon.
So apparently the bard who's singing this in the game was in love with Sarah. And so she made this song for her. And it's really, really, really pretty. I actually really love the lyrics. So Sarah got a fantastic song. Very, very pretty. Very lovely. I really like it. But yeah. Check your history. Yeah, it's been a hot minute. Like, I last watched that cutscene while playing the game Sims. So yeah. Ishtolis VA? Really? Maybe it was because, oh, Leo, yeah. Oh my gosh. Isn't she called Red Jenny or something like that? Something. I never played those. How can I say this? If you played Origins, you won't enjoy anything else after that. That's what I understand. So I'm lucky. I played 2 and 3, so I think I'll enjoy Origins. But I feel like Veilguard steps a little bit further down the path of bad writing. I think the first 2 that I played, DA2 and DA3, had the right level of grit and humor. I don't want my games being, you know, yeah. Oh my lord. Oh my good giddy aunt. Okay, I'm gonna get a, wait 1 second. I'm gonna get a, This is me right now. Shay got taken down. Okay, so Leo thinks that our first topic that began with the Black Death, and we won't say the C word, may have gotten us in trouble. And Ben agrees. So we have lost. We have lost, okay? We need to gather in silence today. Let's play some funeral music. Let's play some I think it's this one. Brothers and sisters, we are gathered here today to mourn the loss of our brethren. Leo, Ben, Epic, Shay, if I disappear, chat, I will probably hop on Discord and yeah. Let's bring that down a bit. So we have lost Shay. Shay is a new Martin Warrior, one of my little brothers, my littlest brother, I should say. Be careful. Be careful. People are getting banned in this chat. This chat has become cursed. We think it's because we may have mentioned a C word earlier today regarding something, and yeah. Holy moly. Jailbird Shay, is this your alt, or did you have to make a fresh one? I played on a console and the combat got better for me. More action, but you can still pause and position. Maybe it's because I'm in Canada, Epic. Maybe Canada. It's the Canada. Yeah, we don't have free speech in Canada. We have freedom of expression. It's a different thing. Martin, so Jailbird Shay, Leonardo, Ark, Feldon, Sim actually dodged a bullet so far. I can't believe that. The COOF is still striking down victims in the year of our Lord 2024. Yeah. Yeah. Martin, people got banned on my thing. And it wasn't Party. Party is awake and in her right mind. So they got blocked on YouTube. But somehow, Deck, who is running under not his original name, has avoided it. Just be careful, Martin Warrior. Well, I mean, yeah. We have to use soft language from now on. Yeah, we have to use code words, Leo. Imagine being Canadian. Yeah. Things not loading or chat not displaying aren't necessarily blocked. If you watch a screen, you'll know it's happened to you when your messages don't show there. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone. We will just not ever mention that again. We will speak about it. In code. Okay. Before everyone gets kicked off, let's watch something. We need a new name for it. Can we make up a name? Shay, is there like a WoW inspired name? Like a fantasy. Let's think of a fantasy name. Fantasy name. Shadow banning, yeah. The Nacht Unalive. Be careful, Ark. What kind of internet are you running on in Sudbury, Sim? Blood Plague. Yeah. We can talk about it like that. The Blood Plague. Yeah. I just wonder why was Sim stuff timing out? Interesting. Wow. So your internet browser's just effed up. That's insane. Timeout. He's like, it was timing out, but was he in timeout? And that's why it was timing out. I don't know. I'm very sussy. We probably just have to be careful because I live in good old Canada, and Canada is not great. Not great. Okay. I don't know, chat. It's okay, I guess we can. Should we risk it? Should we risk watching? I feel like we got to be very careful about what we're watching. Is this Wooly? WoW cinematic reactions instead? Maybe. How long does timeout last, Sim? Epic, how do you feel like? Epic, do you feel like a martyr? How is martyrdom feeling for you, Epic? But YouTube is American? Yes, but Leo remembered that certain laws can affect how a platform runs. American censorship loves blood. YouTube spies are among us. It's actually Jonathan. Okay, we shouldn't be laughing. I'm just okay, so I'm torn, chat. So the thing about this video is that Wooly Rick wanted to watch this, and he's not here right now because of work. So I kind of don't want to watch it without him being here. Why matriarchs fail? I feel like we might as well just put a huge bullet target on our chests. Because I'm sure Susan will come for us. If we listen about matriarchies failing. Is Wooly? Oh, Wooly. Okay, we're gonna watch something safe. Okay, we're gonna watch something safe. Hopefully, no one. Are we all on Firefox? Actually, I don't think I am on Firefox. I think I'm running on Brave. I'm running on Brave. Susan has taken down Wooly, Ben, Shay, Epic, and Leo. When I said I was at work, I meant I'm working for YouTube. Could you imagine? Leonardo is using some creepy thing. I'd resuggest the Greek myth video as a safe option. Upside down face. Okay, so we'll watch Wooly's one and then maybe save severe criticism. And then if we have time after, we can do like some WoW reacts, or we can do we could do, yeah, let me take a look at the Wait a minute, Vic was banned? Vic, wait, what? Wait a minute, has Vic been silenced as well? Wait 1 second, sorry everyone. Oh my lord. My chat is being persecuted. I want to say that my community is not being represented. We are being oppressed. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Well, let's see how long this is. Is this too long? Oh wow, that is a long one. Well, we could like just watch like the first 20 minutes or something. Okay, well, we're going to start with Wooly's hopefully non-inflammatory video. Wooly, is this inflammatory? Will this be safe? I'm just on edge like a sheep. You can say Leo. What? I love Leonardo. It's like Leonardo da Vinci. What a pack. How did I evade the bad thing creation? You were working, Wooly. That's what saved you. That's what saved you. Or maybe it's for the American people only. Do you think like elections are making people more on edge than usual? Should I even say that word? Should I say the E word? I'm so worried. Mr. Longhair author is chill. Okay. Work. Yeah. You gotta virtue signal harder, Epic. You gotta join Big Brother. Use a Google approved web browser with painted backdoor and all will be well, good citizen. Oh, Sim, that's a good one. They'll shadow ban your channel. Oh man, I'm probably going to go on a list. Oh my gosh, you're working on a paper? Well, if you need help, little warrior man, send me a DM. That's interesting. Leo's like... Epic. Oh my gosh. Maybe if we all type together Elon Musk is bad 3 times, we'll get unbanned. She has poisoned the well with her American ways. It was all that talk of Michigan life that got them. Seriously though, Martin Warrior, if you need help with your paper and you're panicking, let me know and I can give you some tips. Maple syrup moonshine. Yeah. 3rd one in the last 30 days. Is your brain doing okay? Martin Warrior, by the way, chat, is my littlest brother. There's 24 years between us, and he is going into his 1st year of university with the hope of becoming a history teacher one day. Poor thing. So our baby of the family is growing up with our cheesecakes and peanut butter jelly. Or Joe Louis. That's what it is. Oh, wait a minute. No. Michigan. Michigan has Great Lakes. Good times, Great Lakes. Great Lakes, good times, Great Lakes. I think that's what it is. Is maple syrup mead a thing? Little baby Martin Warrior. Yeah. Maple syrup mead. There is a good question. Can that even happen? Wally. This is the life for Wooly right here. Grow, forage, cook, ferment. Acerglyn. For it to be mead, some amount of honey still needs to be used, then the rest is pure maple syrup. Maple mead is something I've been curious about making for a long time, and now I finally got 1 gallon batch bubbling away. Here we go. From the province of Quebec. Trader Joe's. Dark, robust taste. This must be fake. There's no French on this. Turn it to the other side. So you need a 1 gallon jug with an airlock, sanitizer, brewing yeast, champagne yeast. This sounds creepy and weird. Make the maple mead must. Cinnamon sticks and cloves. Add maple syrup and honey. Do not boil. Add raisins and orange wedges. Pitch the yeast and add the airlock. This looks disgusting. I'm worried. Airlock. Okay. I don't know. Doing something. Ferment. 6 weeks. Or no more bubbles. It will need to age for a bit before drinking. No shit. So that it's not so harsh. I aged mine for about 6 months before trying it. Wow, that's delayed gratification. 6-month wait before you can have this drink. That's a grind. Because I used champagne yeast, it was quite dry, but in a good way. Keep that in mind if you'd rather have sweeter maple mead, as you may want to choose another type of yeast. Yeah, maple syrup is plant sap. Epic. History teach might be a thing in 40s to 50s. I'm thinking of joining the military as an officer and making bank. All depends on what happens. And the girlfriend, of course. Oh, yes, yes. There is, of course, your girlfriend that you have to think about as well. Oh, no, party. Oh, boy. Not Quebec. Come on, Wooly. You could just go in there and say something in your voice and be like, parlez-vous français? And maybe they will let you in. I wonder if that maple syrup mead is too sweet. Apparently, this one is quite dry. But if you want, you can use another type of yeast and then it will be sweeter. They balance the taste with cheese in between a baguette. That's making your own wine or mead. 6 months. Shay, have you done this before? Wow. Okay. My little brother is now schooling us on Quebec. He lives close to the Quebec border, so everyone, just so you know. Yeah. He's currently stationed in our capital, our city's capital. Oh, yeah, that's right. Your girlfriend has French connections. Not with Maple? What did you do it with? Honey, Shay? Oh my gosh, you're dating a Quebecois girl? Oh, well, she's very sweet. She's very good. She's schooling you something. She's actually a really good girl. She's a good girl. She's too good for my little brother. That's what I'll say. Huh. I love you. Okay. Well, let's watch Why I Enjoy Games More Than Movies. Let's watch that. And we will hope that we do not lose anyone else. Apples and hard cider. You know, I would try that, Shay. Maybe I need to come down to Michigan. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, Vic. I can't understand why some people... What are they doing? Anyway, we'll watch this, and what I'll do is I will put... Excuse me, everyone. I will put my Discord up beside my live chat so that if you text in general chat in Discord, I will see your chat as well. Okay? So this is what we're going to do. And yeah. This is how we're going to survive. But before we survive, I'm going to fill up my water bottle. So let's just put some music on. Let's go AFK for a second here. I'm going to go fill up my water bottle, and then we're going to listen to Why I Enjoy Games More Than Movies now. Okay? Okay, everyone, I am back. Let's see. Let's turn this off. We are going to be watching Why I Enjoy Games More Than Movies. I'm just going to check, make sure that my Discord is positioned correctly. Let's see. Vic is sending a report to YouTube, hoping that they will fix it. Leo's thinking that we yeah. There is a Discord server, little brother Ryan. Just behave in there. Your sister and I are in power. Yeah, but we do have a Discord server for our community, bizarrely enough. We are at the mercy of AI. Yeah. Ben has to go to the washroom. Is it because of the water running? Maybe I can look. Okay, wait 1 second. I will detour just a little bit. Okay, I'm going to detour chat just a little to see if there's streamer health. Stream is healthy. No super chats or members yet. Well, no. I haven't set up really much in terms of monetization, so I don't even know. Not that. That's looking good. Comments? Mentions? Nope. Held? Nope. They should have like a clear button that says like community or something. I don't understand why people would be I don't know. I don't understand why people would be targeted because I'm such a tiny streamer. You know what I mean? Oh. Yeah, maybe. We were talking about the Black Death and something else that was earlier. It was my fault. Yes, Leo. Vic is going crazy on YouTube. Well, we can all hope that this is something that Sim experienced and that it's just weird internet, okay? And we're going to hope for that. While we do that, we're going to be watching a video with a writer. So this guy called David Stewart, don't know him, but we can see here he has a book, Deep Time Part 1, Prophet of the God Seed, David V. Stewart. This is is this the same Stuart that that Leo was talking about earlier? Leo? Is this the same thing? God, Stewart, because like Leo was asking if I had read David Stewart before. I wonder if this was it. This is the same guy, because this is another David Stewart. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Look at what he took part in. Yeah, that's not me. That's not me, YouTube. That's this guy. Okay. The free ebooks, man. So, okay, so let's listen to this guy. I've never heard of him. I'm open-minded. Let's go in here. I'm gonna make sure it's nice and loud for everyone. Let's see what this bro got to say for us.
Hey folks, David Stewart here. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day. I like games more than movies, at least in the current year. I'm recording this in 2024, but the truth is, I have felt this way for a really long time. I like games more than movies. I enjoy games more than movies. There are lots of reasons why this is the case, but they all kind of distill down to this reality that games are a deeper experience than movies. That's not to say that games are a richer experience, that they're a more emotionally effective experience, that they're a cheaper or more expensive experience, but they're a deeper experience. So I'd like to maybe go deeper in what I mean by a deeper experience. So if we look at a movie is a passive audiovisual experience. It's one where you, as the viewer, are sitting and passively accepting images.
Okay. We gotta, oh no. Can I even do this? Okay, we're gonna find out. We're going to find out if banned people can vote. Is this Markiplier in 30 years? Is this what Wooly looks like? Wait a minute. No, Wooly cut off his hair. Never mind. Okay, let's check Discord while waiting for the poll to weigh in. I'm not getting any kind of message. No. Yeah, that GIF is good, Vic. That's fire. Apparently I can add it to my favorites in my Discord GIFs. So the poll is up there. The poll is, which one would you prefer, game or movie? So we got a poll going in YouTube. Which one, game or movie? Farewell, Epic, good luck. I'm doing the Hunger Games salute. So you can weigh in on your poll. We got 11 votes. I think there's about 13 people right now in chat. Oh, wow. Okay, so I'm just going to... does movies include anime and TV shows? Anime films, I think. But... you prefer the game, like KOTOR. Okay, so we're going to end the poll. And the poll is that most people here are gamers. Okay.
Is music, words that are being shown.
So we're going to be into an echo chamber here. So the first thing is we're talking about passive audio visual experience.
A movie. A movie is a passive audio visual experience. It's one where you as the viewer are sitting and passively accepting images, music, words that are being shown to you. However you want to look at the scenery, that's how long the director has decided that you ought to look at the scenery. What the characters are saying, the director has decided what they'll say as well as how they're going to say it. You don't have any choice over what's being said or in what order or how quickly actors are saying it. It's all left up to the filmmakers. Same thing with the music. The music is lined up with the visuals in a very tightly controlled way so that you can just sit back and enjoy the medium. Now, that can make for a really good experience. I'm not saying movies are a bad experience. They can be an awesome experience. But it does make for a shallower experience than a game because your mind is going to be less engaged than with most games. And
it shouldn't have to be. I'm going to disagree with him on that one. It shouldn't have to be. Right? It's like books, right? You aren't making choices in the book. You are taking someone's experience in when you're reading a book. You are not making choices in that book. You are not fully experiencing when you read a book. But that does not mean it's shallow, and it doesn't mean it has to be passive. I think the passivity is a human problem, an educational problem, and a social problem. And that's my opinion. Now, I could be wrong, but I think that there are going to be films and there are going to be books that are going to require you to not just sit back and let it wash over you. You're going to have to think and contend with it. And I believe that a lot of people are lazy and they are treating some films and things passively when they should actually be engaging more than just their eyes. So I agree with him in the sense that I think most people are passive, but I don't think it is inherent to the medium, because plays are visualized, plays are on rails, but plays can be extremely mentally challenging and require you to sit and listen and really take note of things, because it's it's more elevated. So I think with the right films, with the right books, with the right plays, there can be more things going on in your brain, and you're not passive. The passive aspect is just a social or educational or personal problem within the person. Passivity is a separate problem from the medium. In fact, I would argue that in this day and age, I'm going to try to say this very carefully. In a day and age where our choices are, where we are being sold choice, right? My body, my choice. In a world where we are being told we can be or do whatever we want. Now, I do believe it's superficial, by the way. I do think a lot of these choices are superficial and they're not actually genuine. But in a world where experience and personalized experience is the key to happiness and contentment, doing what you want, submitting yourself to a properly written narrative, and disciplining your mind to be in the space to adequately experience that piece of entertainment, whether it's a book or a play or a movie, has become harder for people because there's a lack of self-discipline of the mind and a spirit of I don't know what to call it. It's not, I'm trying to think. It's not entitlement. But something very similar to that. I would argue that people expecting all stories to revolve around their experience is a sign of imbalance, psychological and spiritual imbalance. You have to learn to discipline yourself to enjoy a good book. A good book, a classical book, really critically reading it, just like a classical film, really critically reading it requires you to train yourself and to discipline yourself. Harold Bloom talks about it in his book, The Western Canon. And our passivity and our refusal to actually contend with text, whether it's a film or a play or a book, is actually a sign of educational, social, and personal failure.
And I feel this way also with books, just as a side, that books are a deeper experience than movies as well, because you have a little bit more control over how a book proceeds. You can read at different paces. You can stop and think about what's there. And so
technically you could stop and think with the film as well. It's just in theaters you can't because you're sharing the theater with a friend. But technically, if you're watching it at home, you can stop and pause and think about it. We've done that. I've done that a lot with one of my friends. We would stop an anime or an anime film that we were watching, and we would stop and talk about what we were doing. We'd stop and think about what we were watching. So
So when we go over to games, we have a lot of those same strengths with games, is that you can look at the scenery if you want to look at the scenery. Not only that, but rather than a frame that the director's choosing to show you, you can see an entire environment. If you like the interior of a space, you can stop and look around at the interior of the space. This is especially true of like first person or any sort of 3D game. But even if you're looking backwards in time at like 2D games, where you are in a level, you can stop and admire the scenery if you want to. And there's really beautiful 2D scenery going way back to like the SNES days. So
I agree with him that in terms of determining the space, video games are superior. But that is, in my opinion, because video games are an experience. It's a living. Whereas books, plays, and films are a form of on-rail living. And I would argue books are also limited, by the way. Most books are, by nature of them being written in a limited amount of space, are not going to allow you to imagine or contend with other things. So I would disagree with him about books being superior to films, because I also think books are limited. The point of a book is, in fact, to be more limited in terms of what the narrator is allowing you to see. You do not have control over what the author is telling you. The author is choosing to use various narrative voices to reveal certain things to you, obviously, or mystery novels wouldn't exist. So I disagree. I think books can be as restrictive as films, but at the same point in time, that doesn't mean that you turn your brain off and you just are passive. I would prefer if he called this limited audio-visual experience, not passive. The passivity problem is something else.
The visual experience, the audio-visual experience, you're in a greater amount of control in a game. So you can stop and smell the roses figuratively. Until they invent like a smell-o-vision thing, you can't smell them. But there's lots of people who stop when they're exploring in Skyrim and look around at the scenery and literally look at the flowers, or stop and just listen to an entire piece play out. When I listen to soundtracks, I much prefer game soundtracks to movie soundtracks for this reason. Movie soundtracks sound formally very disjointed, because they are. The formal arrangement of all of the hits and all of the different musical elements that are happening is tied to the visual cues, the visuals, and what's actually happening in the movie. And so when you listen to it absent those visuals, phrasing is weird. Lots of things happen that are very weird, at least for me as a trained musician. And I just don't find it an enjoyable experience. I need to see what's going on as well as hear what's going on when it comes to musical soundtracks for movies.
Okay. I'm going to just step in here. Vic says in Discord, it's more difficult to engage with a movie actively and contend with it simply because you can't if you're in a theater. You are correct. Like I said, we can't pause the film in a theater. I am absolutely contending with a lot of stuff in theater. It is very hard for me to go into a film and shut my brain off. I am not a passive viewer in the theater. If I'm at home, I will absolutely pause the movie and talk about it. And if I don't pause it, I will talk over the film. And Party knows. Because like every now and then I will have something to say. I'm a highly reactive viewer. I do not sit back and just no. Now, does that mean that I'm not willing to go along with the journey? No, absolutely not. I'm definitely one of those types of people who isn't super, what's the word? How can I explain this? When an author or a writer or a film creator takes me on a journey, I am ready to get on that train and I'll go chugging down the train. Everyone watched me play Dawn Trail, right? I'm on that train. I'm enjoying, I'm having a good time. I'm not questioning. I'm not overthinking what's happening. I actually don't theory craft a ton about what's going to happen next because I'm content to just enjoy the experience as it happens. However, while I am content to enjoy the experience as it happens, my critical brain, that is the part of me that is literary analysis person never turns off. It is always on. I am not a passive viewer. I'm an active listener. So when a film is giving me an experience, I'm actively participating in that experience. I am there. I'm choosing to submit my will to the writer, and I'm choosing to immerse myself and join myself mentally, like mind meld my brain with theirs and see it as if the way they want me to see it. I am an extremely receptive viewer. Of course, this can be broken. For example, bad writing, poor dialogue, contrivances, and heavy ideology will pull me out, and it will divorce me from being one with that experience, and because my brain is never off. Even as I'm fully allowing the author to take me on a journey without criticism, that criticism is still in the back. That's why sometimes when I was a little girl, I would tell my parents my good brain was fighting my bad brain. I've always felt a dichotomy in my mind of voices in my head noting things that I can't turn it off. It's always going to be there. So game, because I can't rewatch a movie as it is always the same, but I can replay a game and make different choices for a new way to experience the world. I think most people in here prefer games. Now that I think of it, the games I play now are half game, half visual novel. Well, I would say so. Like most of what I've played so far of Arknights is basically lots of cutscenes and dialogue. Narratives in games are overrated. They're compromised by the interactivity and even more overlooked. Sometimes, Sim, not everything. I would add some qualifiers to that sentence of yours before I could agree with it. Some games nowadays are basically movies. Yep. Being active in a game isn't the same as being active towards the game's narrative, even if they're both mental. A priest would call it the spirit of self-willed effeminacy. Oh, maybe. I think books have the same power, but your mind has to work in tandem to achieve it. Yeah. I can pick up an apple in a book scene if I want as a reader, but not all readers can. That's why I don't think the argument works, because people experience and value books and movies differently. You've definitely paused stuff before. Yeah. Pacheco will have paused dictatorship. Great idea. So Chieko has betrayed the books. Every time you get mad when we talk. Genius mode engaged. Yeah, there you go, Vic. Okay, so here's the thing. There are some movies and some books and some video games that are so good. The energy within them is so powerful that it overwhelms my desire or need to talk about it right then and there, and I'll wait till the end. But that does not mean that the inner monologue inside my head isn't going crazy. And as soon as I get out of that film theater, or as soon as I get off of that cutscene, like certain things will affect me very deeply. And it will be like, oh my gosh, I have to sit and think and talk about it now. And that's one of the reasons why like Party had to put up with me while I was playing through Endwalker. She wasn't playing yet. And I would be like babbling at her, trying to make her explain how amazing this narrative was. Once again, I'm not suggesting that what I'm trying to suggest is that simply because you do not have control of what's going on doesn't mean that your brain is passive. You can absolutely be watching something without control over it and not be passive mentally. You can be engaged in it. It's up to you to determine how well or how much you want to be engaged. But just because you're shunting off that engagement and deciding you don't want to do that for this medium, like film or books, doesn't mean that it can't exist. That's a you problem. That's not the medium's problem. Like Shay said, you can choose to make up things as you go along, or think about things as you go along, or have that secondary voice going on in your head while you go along. It does not mean that you can't, like, that you're being passive. Like, I'm having a little issue with that one word, passive. That's all. I would call it limited, because with a film or with a book, you are submitting your imaginative will to someone else's control. It's two entirely different things on like a fundamental level. Video games that have strong narrative are films. We should not be treating them as video games. They're just basically like a film. So if we open this up, we delete this. And I'm going to pull out my pen here. This is a spectrum. On this side, we'll call it experience. And on this side, we'll say hands-on experience. On this side will be observer experience. Now you could argue that this is limited and this is hands-on is. So over here, for example, I would put Elden Ring. This has the barest of a no narrative, really, just lore, right? And then over here, we'll put Final Fantasy 14. And over here, just a little bit, because of the gameplay being not as strenuous, would be stuff like Arknights, Punishing, Grey Raven, Woolly's mobile story games. And then over here, we'll put films. And then here, we'll put also in its own little special space, because it did require more mobile abilities than a mobile game, would be Death Stranding. That was basically like playing a film. But the gameplay was so annoying because of the balancing thing that people didn't like. Yeah, okay. So then we got films here. And then we have books here. And then we have film books. So we also have, here we have graphic novels, because they're slightly more visual. And this is manga. Films includes TV shows and anime as well. Okay, and then we'll put visual novels and any kind of novel-based light puzzling stuff would go here. So this is like the mobile game / visual novel games. because literally the only buttons you're pressing are next, right? Like next. You don't have to hit something correctly. There's no hand-eye coordination required. You just need to know how to push a button. So this would be the closest thing to living. And this over here is watching. But just because one is more about living and the other is about watching doesn't mean it's passive. It's not really so much about passivity. It's more about physical passivity. So over on this side, we'll put physically active. And this is physically passive. But a good reader and a good audience member will be mentally active for both. Is it just me, or is Chieco's paint writing getting better? So I have a tablet. I don't know if I told you, Party, but I have a drawing tablet attached to my computer now. I use it for teaching as well. The latest chapters of PGR and Arknights had me go for a walk and think, but again, visual novels. Yeah, Wooly. Yeah, they're basically a high-end... She's been practicing in class. How does Ben know? There was this one night where I was doing artwork and Ben had to survive it. It was really funny. Same with video games. Engagement does not mean interactivity. Yes. Ooh, Ben. Yes. So yes. Okay. That I love that word. That's a good one. That's a good word. Interactivity. This is interactive. Physically interactive. And this is mentally interactive. Now, you might say, well, you can't make up your own choices when you read a book. No. See, this is where I think I'm going to get sexist. Is chat ready? Is chat ready for the sexism? Okay, here we go. Let's change it to green. There. Oh, Epic is liking the scale? Yeah. She will be remembered as Dawn Trailless. Managing so passé. Managing so passé. Ooh, tabletops and LARPing. Oh, okay. Oh, ooh, ooh, Shay. Okay, that, in my opinion, that actually, oh man, Shay. Okay. That actually changes. If we're going to include that in, which is a form of gaming. I should have made the thing bigger, but I didn't want to destroy my other stuff. Okay. So that would be, okay, so that pushes Elden Ring over here. And then TTRPG new. TTRPG. You remember that one video? Old. And then maybe LARPing over here. What about that? What about that, Shay? Okay, now I'm going to check Discord, okay? Party says, I don't know. It's fun quoting some parts of Lord of the Rings. Maybe that's annoying, though. Yeah. Any serious scene, 100% you gotta respect. Yeah. Most games are just elaborate skitter boxes. A good narrative elevates it. IMO. How do you send a report? I got blocked again. Whoa. Send the drop-down menu under your channel logo. Party is yeah, okay. All right, so I'm going to switch out of general chat and I'm going to look at live chat. Okay, so this is my take on it. I feel like the word passive for me is a little bit, yeah. But anyway. Oh, and then he just said this. Okay, let's review this part here.
Those visuals, phrasing is weird. Lots of things happen that are very weird, at least for me as a trained musician. And I just don't find it an enjoyable experience. I need to see what's going on as well as hear what's going on when it comes to musical soundtracks for movies, but not so for games. You can.
Isn't that so interesting? This guy doesn't. He's a musician. Okay, he's a musician, and he struggles to feel that inspiration from movie soundtracks, to have that imagination from movie soundtracks. That is so fascinating. That is okay. And here's why it's fascinating, chat. When I was growing up, my parents wouldn't let me watch the Titanic because there was boobs in it. No Kate Winslet boobs for me. I of course knew the general gist of the Titanic, that, you know, a boat sinks. I knew that there was some kind of a love story, but I wasn't sure what it was about. I didn't know how it ended. I knew that Jack dies, but I wasn't sure like 100% what was going on with her. And I wasn't sure where the boobs came in. I was 16 when I think it came out, 16 or 17. I wasn't allowed to watch it. And one day when I was at a client's house, I was babysitting their children, and they had it because they allowed it. And they had not the film, they had the soundtrack. And I put the soundtrack on one night because I loved listening to movie soundtracks. And the soundtrack was so gorgeous, I would listen to it over and over again. And there are films I've never seen, but I love the soundtracks. And there's actually some video games I've never played, but I love the soundtracks. I listened to the Titanic soundtrack over and over again, and I had never even seen the Titanic. And when I highly recommend this channel. I highly, highly recommend this channel. When I'm writing stories for myself or for people, this is what I listen to. These are ambient music mixes. And the music is culled from various people. This is probably my favorite one here. You see this says 3 million views. Half of those are probably mine. I've lived on this particular one for ages. And the people who wrote this are just indie people. Don't know where they come from. Don't know what it is. Some of this is never, but yeah, I never watched Joe Black. Love Joe Black's music. Yeah. There have been films I never like, what was another film? that I never seen. I think, oh man, trying to remember. There were several films that I'd never seen, but I was like, oh, that music is really good. I'll try to remember them, but I don't need it. I don't need images to enjoy music because I can make up my own images in my head. And I just wonder if maybe some people are unable to do that, and so they need that additional help. You like that one on Discord, I think? Yeah, it's possible. So much pacing, yeah. My full-blown ADHD mode is me pacing my house with headphones on, listening to gaming and movie music. Oh yeah, I get that. A boat sinks. A first date. Memories. Did Veilguard soundtrack. You should play that with the music in Shar. In Shay. Yeah. Yeah.
You can hear an entire piece, and people like to do that in Skyrim and Oblivion and Morrowind as well. They'll stop, look at the scenery, listen to a piece of music, and just enjoy that aesthetic experience as they want. Enjoy the experience of like walking down a path and looking at what they want to or exploring what they want to. That's actually a deeper experience than what you get with sitting in a chair and watching images kind of fly into your mind. And the truth is that movies can be an aesthetically overwhelming experience sometimes because you're so out of control of that. Is that fighting robots flying at your head in 3D? It's a very stimulating experience, and this.
I kind of get what he's saying because there are a lot of film directors who are out of control and are just over stimulating and rushing all the time. But for me, that's not a medium problem. Once again, that's a creator problem. Like there are tons and tons of films that are not about rushing around and having things going at stuff 24/7. One of the slowest paced. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, here we go. Just to give this context, he has said she's found her tolerable and not attractive. She now hates him. He now is kind of into her. And he has asked her to dance, and she's found herself in a position where she has to dance with him. So this is awkward.
Some conversation, Mr. Darcy. A very little will suffice. You should say something about the dance, perhaps. I might remark on the number of couples.
You talk by rule, then, when you're dancing?
Yes, sometimes it is best. Then we may enjoy the advantage of saying as little as possible.
Right? There is so much going on in here. There is so much going on in here. So much detail, so much information going on in here. A lot of people don't get it. A lot of people don't get it. And a lot of people can't even begin to appreciate it. So what kind of people don't get it? Well, for example, there are a lot of girls who mistake the whole point of this thing as just being yet another girl meets boy kind of thing. And then you have a lot of guys, for example, whose brains are literally untrained to the point where they can't understand what's going on either. And so once again, this guy is saying, well, you know, overstimulation. Not all films are about overstimulation. Some films are so subtle that people who are not actually contending with what's going on will dismiss them. So, yeah.
This is also why I find the boomer idea that games are hyper-stimulating to be so misguided. The boomers are like the TV generation, and they're very used to passive visual input. That's, you know, what they prefer. It's not that games are hyper-stimulating, unless you're looking at something like a frantic World of Warcraft raid. But people are not into the stimulation of the World of Warcraft raid. They're into the depth of play. So kids and young people, it's like, what's up with Gen Z? Well, they like games because they're a deeper experience. And a lot of times you seek out that deeper experience. At the same time, they're into really shallow, like audio-visual experiences like TikTok. It's kind of weird. The mid-range shallow experience of like a cinema experience where you sit still for 3 hours. It's easy to see, oh, they all have ADD because they don't want to sit there. Well, they'll sit there if it's a deep experience. I've learned that as a teacher as well. It's like you can get a kid who has ADD to sit there and practice drums for 2 hours straight with complete focus because it's a deep and engaging experience for him. It's something he really enjoys doing and he's getting something out of it. So games offer that a lot. They offer a really, really deep experience, not just for young.
That also sounds to me like a self-discipline issue. It is very easy for people to sit down and experience something that they want to experience. But if they have to apply themselves to push themselves into doing something that they don't want to do, then they're not going to enjoy that experience. It would be like, for example, me trying to learn to play Elden Ring, or me trying to enjoy the combat in V Rising. Those are experiences that are not naturally enjoyable to me. I do it as a form of challenge. I do it as a form of pushing myself and trying out something new, but it is by no means naturally enjoyable to me. But just because something is not naturally enjoyable to you doesn't mean that you shouldn't push yourself a little bit every now and then in your spare time to challenge yourself a little bit. And to suggest that, well, you know, this kid with ADHD, he can focus when he does the drums. Yeah, there are lots of kids with ADHD, heavy air quotes around that. A lot of kids with autism who get away with not being forced to do things that they like because of their disability. And the reality is that just because you have your TISM, like I might have my TISM or whatever, just because you might have this or that thing doesn't mean that you shouldn't sit down and sometimes do things that you don't like. And so then every now and then you'll say, well, you know, they're paying attention here. Yeah, because they've chosen to pay attention because they've decided something is worthwhile being here. But it doesn't mean that it actually is anything worthwhile, number one. Number two, whether it's worthwhile or not is circumstantial. Now, I would argue the reason why films have lost their spot as being a mid-core thing, right? If we go back to this thing here, the reason why I think films have lost ground is because Hollywood has shit the bed. And a lot of the young folks aren't seeing anything worthwhile seeing in films. When we were growing up, well, I shouldn't say we, because I was not allowed to really watch films, but when we could go to theater and go see something, I was seeing things like, I don't know, my first film in theater was Fellowship of the Ring. My second films, I don't know what my second film was, but Pirates of the Caribbean was a major film in my early 20s, I think, as well. Mid-20s? Yeah, must have been early to mid-20s. There were the Narnia films that I went to see. So once again, I feel like this is not because films are... First off, young kids are not playing WoW. WoW is being played by a whole bunch of old people who are nostalgic. So I don't know what he's going on there. WoW is not being played by young people. Number two, young people, like really young people, are definitely more into stuff like Fortnite and the frenetic kind of high poppy games, shooting games, FPS games, and the girls are into puzzles and 3D. And the girls are not being overstimulated. Like he's largely talking about male gamers at this point. This is not accounting for female gaming habits, which is incredibly more passive and puzzle oriented and narrative oriented. So I don't think it's about... I think what we're seeing here is we're seeing a lot of males opting out, having to exercise their brain to appreciate something that is actually good. And we have a lot of females also not exercising their brains to appreciate meaningful things. And films themselves have undercut their own agency by shitting the bed with having shitty films. But women are still dominating the book market. We know this is a fact. And I don't think it's because, like, I just think there's more going on here than just, I do not think young people today want to actually contend with something difficult. And I don't think that they're lining up to play WoW or anything like that. They are playing Roblox and Minecraft, but they're not playing WoW. Now, Gen Z and millennials, well, millennials for sure, are kind of in this in-between phase. How do you judge that something you don't like might still be worth experiencing? You ask yourself a few questions, right? So, for example, you can ask yourself, has this lasted across time and space? Has it been considered worthwhile by a large group of people over a long period of time? Right? I think you can figure it out. I think you can figure it out. And I think people will know, generally speaking, or people who are willing to discipline themselves will understand and know over time. This is something you should be gaining over time, knowledge over time. As soon as you pick up something, over time, you'll become experienced enough, hopefully, to recognize what is worth spending your time on and what is not worth spending your time on. But I can guarantee you that there are a lot of people who are lazy, mentally lazy, who are uneducated, who have let themselves go, and they will shit on things that they have no knowledge about. And I've seen it, women do it, I've seen men do it, and it annoys the fuck out of me. Because then those same men and women turn around and they start shitting on other people for having poor taste. They themselves don't have much better taste. So, yeah, that's where my issue has. Once again, I'm not saying we can't sit and enjoy a video game or a film or a book that's crappy. I'm not saying that. Obviously not. We can enjoy our trash and we can enjoy our elevated stuff. What I am suggesting is that there is a lie being told that books and films are some sort of thing that you can do that is just you taking it in and that's it. And that is not it. There can be way more that you're left thinking about and pondering. And I'm not talking about theory crafting. I'm not talking about breaking down lore like some kind of like high detailed tism thing. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about thinking about yourself, thinking about life, thinking about society, thinking about interpersonal relationships, thinking about philosophy, thinking about theology, thinking about the universe. Do you know how many people came away? Do you know, like, it's the reason why so many people like Shadowbringers over Endwalker. Because of the twists and the narrative direction. And it just tells you that so many people are surface level. They're not contending with anything. Their brains are turned off. They're sitting back and they're just letting it wash over their brain. And if there's a cool thing, oh, it's cool. Oh, this feels like something cool's happening. That's like an animal instinct reacting to something that's actually meaningful, but they don't even understand why they're reacting. And there is something meaningful in Shadowbringers. I'm not saying that there isn't anything meaningful in Shadowbringers. But if it's too subtle, if it's too like this, if it's like this dance here, then their brains turn off. They can't handle it anymore. They're like, oh, I don't know. Right? So you could imagine almost, if you will, imagine like the heartbeat of some stories can spike and can get low, So some have very high peaks and some have very low peaks like this, right? And some are more subtle. They're like more subtle kinds of music that require a more trained eye to notice what's going on. I think a lot of normal people will react to these kinds of high peak, low peak kind of stories because on an instinctive level, they're able to respond to it on some level. But if you ask them what's meaningful about it or whatever, very few people would be able to talk about that. And when they come into contact with something that's more subtle and requires more brain power to parse it, they shut down. They can't cope with it. I've seen this happen in university as well. You have these overreactionary leftists who are able to talk about books that they can obviously shit on or obviously support, right? Because it's fitting in with their what they have trained their eyes to see. Their eyes are trained for certain things. And if they see certain things, they'll either praise it or shit on it, right? But Lord forbid you give them something more subtle to deal with. Suddenly their brains turn off. They're just sitting there going, what? Right? Early MCU movies were great because they were genre films with MCU packaging. Now MCU movies are just messy affairs with shallow scripts. If it's educational, Willie. Well, we aren't talking about education here. We're talking about appreciating culture and art. Culture and art is linked to your education. And I don't mean, by the way, what you do in school or some little piece of paper you get. I'm talking about a mental education. I'm not talking about like pieces of paper that say, oh, you got a PhD. Like tons of people get PhDs with their brains completely turned off. That's not the education that I would be talking about. Appreciating culture and art should be enriching, if not educational. It should make something more of you for having consumed it. Absolutely, Shay. You and I are like bro-fisting it right now. That's exactly what Harold Bloom was talking about when he talked about canon. The reason why we fight for canon isn't because we want to shut people's voices out, okay? We're supporting canon because canon represents quality. It represents enrichment and it represents challenge. If I was going to do a canon of video games, one of the canon would be, let's say, Elden Ring. Now, there are going to be some people, there are going to be some female mobile gamers out there who are going to look at this canon and they're going to be like, hey, wait a minute. I don't like that. Why is that in there? Well, it's not about you, bish. It's about quality. It's about challenge. Or for example, we could put in there Myst, right? Myst is a very, very seminal game for the puzzle genre world, for example. Or you could do the other one that was, you know, before Myst, that was like very, very old graphics. What was it called again? King's Quest, right? And you could have people, right? Guy gamers. Well, that's not really challenging and it's not very action oriented. It's a shit game. Why is it in the canon? Well, it's not about you, is it? And what you enjoy. It's about representing taste and enrichment and representing higher values. And you engage with that canon in order to grow. And that is why canon exists. And that is why Pride and Prejudice, this is why this film, even though to some people, they might not get it, right? Girls might look at this and just see guy meets girl. A guy might look at this and think, you know, it's boring. But that's not what Pride and Prejudice is about. And if you think that's what Pride and Prejudice is about, you don't know what you're talking about. Bluntly. Stating it bluntly here. Right? Now, does this mean that everyone's going to like Pride and Prejudice? No. Right? Not everything that is good in this world is enjoyable. It's like medicine. Not all medicine is good for you. Right? In terms of it's not going to be enjoyable for you. In the same way, not everything that I would put into a video game canon is going to be enjoyable for all gamers. That's silly. It should be about challenging and enriching oneself. Yeah. Chieko in her bag right now? Yeah. Well, I mean, Wooly gave me a really interesting thing here. And I think if we're going to talk about why is films, okay, here's the thing though. I do enjoy games more than movies now. So I agree with him. But I think I disagree with him for different reasons. And for me, the reason why I enjoy games more than movies right now is because movies are shit right now. And in fact, I would argue that a lot of games are becoming shit right now. How many of us right now are playing like some of the new games that are just coming out right now, right? Like there are a lot of shitty games right now that I would not play. I would not pay money for. And the same thing goes for movies. There are lots of movies that I wouldn't pay for right now because the movies are bad. But I actually do love movies. It's just that going to a theater right now is not an option because there isn't anything that I would like or would enjoy. Also, movies are super expensive right now. So for me to feel like, oh, going to a movie and I'm only going to have this one-time experience of seeing it. And like people have pointed out, like you go in, you see it and you hope that it's good. You hope that's good. Oh, you've been told it's good by Critical Drinker or something like that, right? But so many times movies nowadays have not been great. So I think there's like a huge issue with the fact that movies are expensive, they're not good. And on top of that, I would also argue that the film industry has been compromised to a point. Whereas with games, there are still nuggets where you can kind of get some stuff. You can get some stuff with games. With movies, it's a little, like you kind of have to wait and see with the films, especially because they're expensive. Whereas with a game, let's say you're waiting, you put some stuff on Steam sale, right? You put some stuff on your Steam wish list. You can sometimes get a game for as cheap as like $10, which is the price of just the movie ticket, not including like any drinks or anything else on top of that. So why would you go to pay for a one-time experience when you could play a game multiple times. It's about like financial expedience at this point, combined with the problem of what's happened with the film industry. If I knew that tomorrow the guy who did Rogue One was putting out another Star Wars film, and there's good signs that that Star Wars film is not going to be laden with stupidity, I would absolutely go out and watch a Star Wars film. Like, I'm dying for some good Star Trek, Star Wars stuff, right? But anyway, let's see what chat's saying. I feel that way with those who are anti-wokers as well. They watch a game trailer and search for a trigger so they can say it's woke and walk away. Akko isn't the only one with friends like that. The Exodus trailer was called Woke, for example. Oh. I don't know. Ocarina of Time, Link to the Past, Pokemon Red and Blue, Super Mario Bros. Even from simple mechanical perspective, point and click were a milestone in interface and design. Oh, yeah, that's true, Willie. Yeah. I think they also were known for like having really high quality visuals, if I recall correctly. You and him came to the same place after taking different journeys. Once again, I very like, well, I don't know what my track record is for agreement or disagreement with things. For me, it's sometimes how people phrase things, because I feel like he's speaking from a very, 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 very subjective perspective. And I thought this would be a bit more objective, but it's not.
It's something he really enjoys doing, and he's getting something out of it. So games offer that a lot. They offer a really, really deep experience, not just for young people, but for older people. The deeper experience, I think, also gets people's brains working more and makes gamers a little bit more critical of what's going on, I think, than certainly watchers of like CNN. For example, and you notice that gamers tend to be really target and be hyper aware of propaganda in their games, whether
are they?
It's like woke propaganda or it's weird ahistorical stuff like we saw this year. They pick up on that stuff right away because they're more deeply engaged. Because of the depth of the experience, they're more hyper aware of those things being shoved into what is otherwise a different kind of audiovisual medium.
See, I view it as completely different. I think that out of the 100% of gamers involved, I personally don't believe that more than 25% actually care about what's going on. And we know this is true because of what's happening with League of Legends, Apex Legends, Genshin Impact, all of these other mildly problematic CCP related stuff. It is obviously clear to me that a large portion of humanity puts their head in the sand and tries to pretend and not notice things, and most of them don't care. Most of them don't care. You have this 25% of people on either side of this aisle who are screaming at each other for one reason or the other. I tend to lean toward the right, obviously. But what I am trying to argue, however, is that over time, the Overton window has shifted. This is not, I don't think this is something where we say gamers, period, are more critically thinking, period. No, what I would argue is that the 75% minority who are checked out, their brains are checked out. They can't even watch Pride and Prejudice and understand it and appreciate it for what it is. Okay, they're out there. I would even argue, actually, even some people on the 25% aren't even. But anyway, you got this 25% people, right? Arguing things out. The 75% don't care. But then guess what happens? The whole Overton window of society has shifted, right? So suddenly, everything is suddenly becoming a platform for a very, very specific viewpoint. And that would be the left wing stuff. And I know we have some left wingers in here, but I'm talking about progressive, like the really crazy stuff that's saying cringe things. And even the 75%ers, the silent majority who don't give a shit, even they are suddenly going, oh, wait a minute, why is this, like, why, like, what's going on here? Why is it being weird? That's so weird. Why can't I play Hogwarts Legacy without being harassed? What is going on here? Right? But your average person wouldn't know. I don't think gamers are critical. Just look at the WoW. Look at Final Fantasy 14 players. Missing out on the whole point of Hermes. Like, no. No. That's some hopium there.
They don't passively accept propaganda as much as others.
Do they not accept propaganda? They don't accept unsubtle propaganda, but they definitely gargled stuff before. I think there was always a minority on like 4chan or certain groups, certain websites who have been noticing things have been going to shit for a while now, but they are not the majority. If there was a majority of people who legitimately thought that this is as bad as it is, then we wouldn't be in the state we are in today, because they would have voted with their wallets and everything would have been different. This is white pill right here, but I'm black pilled. I don't believe in humanity. My misanthropy is now out of the closet. Chat now understands. I genuinely do not think most humans are critically thinking in North America. Maybe it's different in Eastern Europe or some other places, but I personally don't think so. That's just my opinion. Let's see. A lot of books are bad right now. Well, I mean, that's another thing, Shay. Like, let's not just say movies are bad. I would say games, movies, and books have all taken a dive in terms of quality. I have Silent Hill 2 remake. Well, does that count? I'd rather stay at home than go to the theater. I'd rather wait for streaming for movies. Yeah. Play The Force Unleashed. Andor season is coming out in 2025, so that's something to look forward to. True. Oregon Trail. Ye old Prato distribution. But I'm sucker for femme gully dances with wolves / Avatar novels and stories in general. The Postman is a good movie. There, I said it. I love Garrus from Mass Effect. Here's the thing. I personally don't think that most people are critically analyzing everything. And you know why? Because they're tired. They've just come home from an 8-hour, 9-hour shift at work. Their brains are turned off for one reason or another. Some of them are fair reasons. We shouldn't be shitting on people who aren't ready to contend with everything 24/7, right? Once again, I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm just stating facts, okay? I'm stating facts. I'm not being judgmental. I'm not angry. I'm just stating, and maybe I sound very intense, but I'm only stating it in an intense kind of way because I'm trying to get my point across, which is I personally think that for a variety of social reasons, some of them good, some of them understandable, that most people are not critically thinking. And that includes gamers. I don't think gamers are critical. What I do think is that we have recently seen more people talking about it because it's become more and more obvious, because the left has become more and more obvious. I think this leftism issue has been going on since the early 1900s, when the first Bolshevik bluestockings hit the academic scene in England in the early 1900s, 1920s, 1930s. It's been going on for a long, long time. The only reason we're now hearing about it and why gamers are now talking about it is because it's gotten so extreme. And I know that some of you lefties in chat don't think it's extreme, but it has. It has gotten quite extreme in some areas, and it's affecting the stories and the normal gameplay. So that if you are afraid to put cute characters into a mobile game where women want to have cute characters, you're going to have more people speaking out about it. If you have these scolding ninnies coming into Love Nikki and telling other women you should feel bad for yourself because you're supporting unreasonable beauty expectations because the girl's legs are absurdly long, you're being a ninny. And this is causing a lot of female gamers in the mobile space, for example, or male gamers in the male gaming space who would ordinarily not care about things to be talking about it. But I personally don't think most of them would be talking about it. They're only talking about it now in more recent years because of how extreme it's gotten. But I think it's been actually not good for a long time now. And homeschoolers were made fun of for being those people who were like, no, we're not going to let our kids watch the stuff. No, they're not going to read the stuff. No, they're not going to play the stuff because we think this is part of a bigger problem. And now it's coming out. Oh, wait a minute. The bigger problem now is even bigger. So yeah, like this is, I don't think gamers historically have been critical thinkers. I think guys right now are speaking out because they're being particularly persecuted and things are going off the rails with their favorite games. And setting aside some corners of book talk, my gut instinct says to me, we're hearing a lot about guys talking about what's going on with the problems in video games because guys and their male brains prefer video games. It is the thing that impacted male readership, in my opinion. That is my growing, burgeoning suspicion that the male interaction with the publishing industry was always a little rocky compared to female interaction with the publishing industry, but it took a nosedive after the arrival of the computer because the computer provides a hands-on, physically interactive experience that hits off all of the dopamine centers in the male brain. And this has been going on for some time. And that is why we don't hear as many men talking about the problems with the book industry and why a lot of male gamers are wondering why their games are being infested with certain things, because they don't understand what has happened in the publishing industry because so many of them aren't in that kind of book world. There is a minority of male booktubers who are coming out and who are talking about this. But overall, we can say that the reason why we're hearing a lot about this concern about propaganda in games is because male gamers are feeling disenfranchised recently, and only within the past 10 to 15 years, is by no means historical. That's my point. One day you'll play KOTOR 1 and 2, Wooly. Wooly says, I look forward to your analysis. I cannot wait, Wooly. I got KOTOR 1 on my computer. Can't wait to play it. I'll be Grey Pill and say that I think the ratio of good to bad movies has been the same, but the media coverage of them has changed. Now movies somehow become matters of social war. Well, I mean, they have become matters of social war, Epic, because the left came out and said that that's what movies and games and books should be used for. The left began this by using their power in the entertainment industry as an arm for propaganda. And the right, being more laid back usually and not being as pushy, let it happen. And if the left are now finally getting pushback from the right, the right wing people, I'm not talking about the crazy people on both sides. I'm talking about like the normies on both sides here, okay? They're like the ants. And these normal based people, normal moderates even, are being pushed into right wing stuff. Like even just a normal moderate is being posed as being right wing, which is wild. And so of course they're waking up and they're starting to lash back. And everything is suddenly becoming about the social war. But guess what? That's what we're being told in university by academics, that it is a social war. Like I had professors telling us that we were encouraged to take our activism to the street. So they started it technically. The movie is coming out, and let me tell you why it's woke trash and has to fail. Or this game is about punching down on people who discriminated against us. We need to stop it. It's tiresome. It is tiresome. It is, because what happens is that a lot of people start jumping at shadows over things that haven't yet come out. We also need to like all keep ourselves, we all need to keep our heads on. We need to make sure our heads are screwed on straight, our feet are properly planted on the ground. We need to remember that we have perspective on this, and we also need to watch how we say things online. Based. Chico's going to get the whole stream shut down. Chico needs to play KOTOR 1 and 2 so dang bad. Yeah, I need to do it. I need to do it. I didn't feel it's extreme. I feel like normalized business practice being propped up. It's a convenient fiddle. DEI isn't why its gameplay was trash. Good gameplay saves everything. Yeah, I will agree, Epic. Once again, I think there is a large group of people out there who don't give a shit. And they ordinarily wouldn't give a shit. But then they were given a game, let's say something like Concord or Suicide Squad, that's crappy. But then on top of that, there is this preachiness, this weirdness. They don't understand the weirdness. But they know now that every time, now in their head, they're going to go, bad game, weirdness. Bad game, weirdness. Bad game, weirdness. And they're going to... So now, anytime there's a hint of weirdness, they start going off. It's like, what are you talking about? Calm down. Let's wait and see for it to come out before we finally decide it's weird. But that's people also jumping at shadows. Once again, both right and left jumping at shadows. Why, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Yeah, why would they make Vampire the Masquerade a battle arena? It's an RPG based on a TTRPG. Based. The only bad thing about KOTOR 1 and 2 is you'll never enjoy another Star Wars again. Oh, well, I'll survive. I can take that hit. At one point I pre-ordered, not anymore, unless trusted reviewers show me enough to like. Good idea, Ben. I also am of the opinion that you should watch some gameplay, watch some narrative, check out the dialogue. No valleys or bumps. Smooth brain. Hey, Morley. Welcome in. Sorry, I'm on a rant. The thing is, people on the right blame the left, and people on the left blame the right for starting this war. So it's like actual war, so I guess that checks out. Yeah, I mean, once again, the Bolshevik communist thing has been around since the 1900s. They've been moving slowly in some ways and quickly in other ways. And recently it's just kind of gotten overblown with new concepts added to the old concepts. But there is a DNA. You can actually trace it right back to the 1920s and 30s. And they admit it themselves. They're quoting Walter Benjamin, for goodness sake. So, like, hello? You think I'm a dummy? Right? That's what I felt like telling my professor, right? My professor at one point had a whole section about China in her thing, and then she suddenly didn't. I often wondered whether it was because she found out I had just come from there, but I don't know. I have friends I have to keep separated. I'm just tired out. I think that's why I'm focusing hard on FF14 lately. Hey, you know what, Epic? I will say that once again, if it gets to a point where you can no longer be following certain social etiquette and you know, standing up for your family or your friend circle or trying to find a way to compromise, I think some, you know, stuff like it's not great. KOTOR 2. There's a Tsushima coming out. Yes, there's a Tsushima 2 coming out. The main character appears to be a woman, and people think that it might be bad. Who knows? We'll find out. They did that with Alan Wake 2. Once again, I agree with him that propaganda is a problem, and I agree with him that there is a reaction to this propaganda. But I would argue that it's only happening because of the extreme nature of the situation, not because these people are naturally critically thinking or naturally smarter than anyone else. They are not. They're the same sheep that they were before. They just have gotten a new shepherd because their old shepherd is now treating them like shit and kicking them down every time on social media and not letting them enjoy the booba. If the men were given bread, circuses, and booba, they'd be fine. We wouldn't be hearing about this. It's because they made the booba tiny. And now it's all bad.
A different kind of audiovisual medium. They don't passively accept propaganda as much as others. At the same time, I think games have possibly more ability to produce propaganda because of that depth of experience. But
Yes. 4 weeks ago, Dragon Age Veilguard had not yet emerged. But I mean, Concord, I don't know, Forspoken.
Very few people are really like willing to go that far with games. Most of the time, it's sort of plastered on the surface layer and it doesn't go any deeper than that, and therefore it's very obvious. And so gamers, if I'm looking at gamers as a subculture, they tend to be a lot more aware of how the propaganda is playing out and tend to reject it a lot more. And because of the huge amount of diversity in gaming, they're willing very often to vote with their wallets. I feel like boycotts in gaming tend to work out a lot better than they do in movies and certainly with products.
It didn't really work out for Hogwarts Legacy, did it? In terms of the left voting with their wallets, didn't really work with Hogwarts Legacy. Might not be how we'll see how Dragon Age Veilguard pans out, but the preachy creepiness of Starfield certainly didn't stop them from getting a lot of money. Now, I do think Starfield's going to drop off massively because it's a shit game for many different reasons. But once again, that's like another 6 or 7. But so is it an absolute fail? No. But the RP, like you had characters in Starfield disagreeing with you, and you were not allowed to do anything major in Starfield. Starfield had the same issues that Dragon Age Veilguard has, by the way. And yeah. Starfield made some money back, but it's still not great. Still not great. Oh boy. Okay, wait 1 second. I'm gonna write a short message. Sending a thank you to my sister. Oh, yes. Morley, just be warned if you suddenly can't type in chat. We were hit. Five good people went down. But we're all the same here. And we're all trucking on as best as we can. Even with the culture war going on, heck, especially due to it, it's important to retain a dispassionate perception of reality. I do agree with that, Wooly. Yeah. I think for myself, obviously, I'm going to feel deeply about literature, the literature field specifically. But when it comes to books and films and games, I feel something for sure, kind of ish. But I also have to say that people will enjoy certain things that I'm not going to enjoy. Enjoyment is subjective, okay? Analysis is objective. There's total difference. And so there are going to be things that people will enjoy, but as long as they don't lose the plot and start imagining that it's good because they enjoy it, then we got a thing. But I will agree with him that up until a few years ago, video games were the last bastion of common sense in some ways. And it feels like there has been an accelerated press into that space to make a point about certain things. But I don't think it's over yet. I think more failure will need to happen before people really learn the lesson. I would like more games with conventionally attractive characters. The discourse around objectification and male gaze power fantasy has gotten dumb. Yes, I don't know if anyone has seen. I highly recommend, once again. Aiden Paladin just came out with a new one called Why Diverse Games Fail, The Myth of Needing to See Yourself. There was some interesting studies done. Highly recommend watching that. Highly recommend watching that. Here. If you're interested in the questions surrounding diverse games and the myth of needing to see yourself, Aiden Paladin is a social scientist, and she actually does really good research. I highly recommend her stuff, and she is really solid. I really like her stuff when I watch her stuff. Okay, let's keep listening to this guy.
Various kinds of products. I think gaming boycotts work good because there's always something else for you to play. There are examples of them really not working well, and I will say this: I love David Stewart, and I have subscribed to him not because he has gorgeous long hair, but because he did just admit right now that not all boycotts have worked, and we can definitely say that boycotts have not worked because microtransactions have gotten worse. People are still buying $500 skins on League of Legends. It doesn't matter. Almost, I would argue, actually, most boycotts do not work. The only boycotts that work are the boycotts that are not boycotts, like Concord or Suicide Squad, where everyone who was right and left looked at the game, said, nah, that's shit, and didn't play it. Those are the true boycotts. They were not organized. They were simple human reacting to something going, no, that's too ugly for me. I think it's mostly just to do with some portion of the audience doesn't care as much about some other big portion of the audience, like World of Warcraft or something like that. Lots of people make us think about quitting World of Warcraft, but they seem to just sort of soldier on. People don't really notice the propaganda in World of Warcraft. I noticed this with Dragonflight. They didn't notice like all the gay stuff because they were just engaged with the game. Like they didn't read the quest text. They just clicked accept, went over to the highlighted area and killed what they were supposed to kill. Because what they wanted to do was they wanted to press the buttons, right? They wanted to do the gameplay of the game and didn't really care about the story being pasted over. That's also a strength of the medium in a way, right? Is that people didn't really care about the story in World of Warcraft. They haven't for a long time, and so it just doesn't matter that much. But if you're making a game and you feel like your story is just not top notch, it's okay, because the depth of the gameplay can really save a game. And at the same time, you can produce deeper story effects, I think, than a film because of the interactive nature of a video game. If you even look at something old like
the ability for a video game story to be ignored means that maybe that game shouldn't have a story at all. I'm a 0 or 100 person myself. I'm finding it increasingly difficult to that's what I want to say. I want to say that. I said it out loud. But I'm not sure how true it is. But I'm increasingly coming to the belief that that video games should either have no story or should attempt, if they decide to have a story, to make it so good that it's literally unskippable. Because if your story is getting skipped because people just want to press some buttons, then don't even put it there. Just cut out the text box, save some money. Just have the word 5 wolves kill. Even, you know what? We should just revert men to the whole, what's it called? Handmaid's Tale. We should just have pictures for men, so they don't even have to read the text. There doesn't even have to be a story. It's just a picture of a sexy lady with some boobs out. And then all he has to do is go click, kill 5 wolves. If you kill these 5 wolves, then you get to have a special cutscene where you get to see her shirt off. At this stage. Like, why even... If it's almost like I'm having a baby, but I'm not. I just feel like if your story is so unappealing that people are able to click past it, 2 things are happening. Number 1, the writers have done a shitty job, and the game has done a shitty job to sell the story. Or number 2, everyone who's interacting with the story, or a portion of them. So even if you made a wonderful story, you're going to have those people who are going to buy a story skip in Final Fantasy XIV. And it's because those people have not challenged themselves. They are the lazy, what was it that Wooly said? Self-willed effeminacy, something like that. They are not challenging their brain to appreciate something that may require mental work to appreciate. I'm going to eat some of my Joe Louis now. So it could be the fault of the story. Ooh, it's a double layer Joe Louis. It could be the fault of the story, but it could be the fault of the gamers being fucking lazy and unwilling to contend with what's happening. But as we know, in the case of WoW, it's more likely that the story isn't good enough. That's a whole other discussion. This culture will only end when the American Empire goes belly up and it still has a decade or so left in its rotting corpse. Sure, Wooly. Yeah, I mean, once again, I'm not sure about dates, but it's going to take a while before we see it. Yeah, not even the boycott from the left of Hogwarts Legacy worked. Yeah. WoW hurts when the story isn't good. They don't think they care about the story, but most players do. If half are still sticking to the land, I'd say that's a win, Morley. Wow, Morley is living in a certain kind of life. That's interesting. Woman mad, not want other women have power means she's evil woman. Boobies good, fire better, beer best. It's forced diversity. I agree, Ben. Forced diversity is never good. If half are I'm all for this. Ben's always all for the booba. Wait, I got an image for this kind of game men need. I'm eating a Joe Louis. I got it at our local 7-Eleven. Oh my gosh, Wooly, I know about Nikki. You know, the bald one knows about Nikki too. I guess what I'm trying to say in response to him, I'm not suggesting, of course, that WoW cut its story. But I remember talking with one of my friends, and I was saying that video games should have good stories. And that I think I even made the statement that all video games should have a story and it should be good. And she was like, sometimes I don't want a story though. Sometimes I just want to play a game. And I was like, oh, damn it, you're right. So I've come to the conclusion that there are lots of people out there who don't want to have to deal with a story all the time. They just want to go pew, 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 or shing, 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 or whatever. Or press some buttons and look at some booba. And those people will exist. And they will always be there. And they will always just press through it. And so it doesn't matter if the story is woke or if the story is based. They won't care. They will be pressing through it anyway because they're not challenging themselves to deal with anything, whether it's good or bad. They just want out. And they'll just keep pressing those buttons to get through it. So, yeah. I mean, okay, let's go back a little bit.
People didn't really care about the story in World of Warcraft. They haven't for a long time, and so it just doesn't matter that much. But if you're making...
That's a World of Warcraft problem, though. That's not a video game problem. But it is a World of Warcraft problem. That's for sure. But whose fault was that? Is it World of Warcraft for shitting the bed? Probably, most of it. But is it also some people who are just clicking through any of the stuff as well? Because there are those people who are cutscene skippers.
Making a game and you feel like your story is just not top notch, it's okay because the depth of the gameplay can really save a game. At the same time, you can produce deeper story effects, I think, than a film because of the interactive nature of a video game. If you even look at something old like Knights of the Old Republic, which is a very beloved BioWare game from the early 2000s.
KOTOR. Here's KOTOR.
It's probably one of my top 10 games. But there's some great moments in it driven by the fact that you make choices in the game, like not just dark side, light side, like, am I going to use mind control to get some credits out of this guy? But the way that you interact with your characters, there's a part where you can make one character kill another. And if you've gone dark side, that's kind of like a, whoa, I've spent a bunch of hours with that character and I just like murdered her. That's interesting. It has an emotional effect that probably wouldn't have happened in a movie or been as effective as it was in a movie. Same thing with, like, you can convince Bastila to like switch back to the light side. Those moments are, it's not necessarily about the delivery of the lines being good or the graphics being really sharp and realistic. It's just about how long you've spent with those characters produces a deep moment. So a lot of RPGs can give you really deep character moments that you usually don't get outside of books and are not usually present in movies to the same degree because of all of those experiences combining. The gameplay, the story, all that stuff can happen in tandem to produce a better experience than a lot of people realize who haven't had one of those good gaming experiences.
I when I was growing up, I repressed myself emotionally for a variety of different reasons, both good and bad. And there is an aspect to me that still to this day struggles with feeling empathy for people. I don't cry with people because they're crying. I don't laugh with people because they're laughing. I will either laugh or I'll cry because it comes from inside me, not because of what other people are doing or requiring of me. So this is one of the reasons why when I grew up in an environment where people would tell me what to feel when I was in church and responding to a sermon, people would expect me to be crying with them or expect me to feel a certain way about the sermon, and I simply couldn't all the time. And this is one of the reasons why I don't like it when people tell me what I'm feeling about something, because I've been told that a lot as a result of this kind of situation that I was more or less contending with as I grew up. I became more and more repressed in showing my emotion to the point where I would never cry in front of my parents or my friends or my family. And when my grandfather died, my very beloved grandfather died, I didn't cry at his funeral because I felt nothing. And the only times that I would cry would be in response to a book I read or a film that I would see. So for example, but if the book or film didn't touch me, then I would not feel anything. So it was like 0 or 100. And even in the moment when I was feeling it, I don't know if I could tell you exactly what I was feeling, but I was definitely feeling something. So when I read Wuthering Heights, when I read The Man in the Iron Mask, I cried for both of those. And I had extremely moving moments when I watched Return of the King. I cried probably 6 or 7 times in Return of the King. I cried at the end of the Prince Caspian film because I think of other things that were happening around that time. And the final song was about growing up and moving on. And it was at a period of time where my family was separating for the first time in our lives. We were going our different ways. I was going to China, had a brother going up north. I had a sister moving out. All of these things were happening. And it felt like the breaking apart of a fellowship. So the ending of the Prince Caspian film was and is still to this day extremely moving for me. Journey is a video game that had me feel something incredibly spiritual, not something that made me cry. And of course, Final Fantasy XIV moved me extremely deeply in some sections. And it wasn't because just of external issues that needed an outlet, but because of but I had these moments where I was playing a video game, like, for example, Final Fantasy XIV, and I was deeply moved, and I was extremely moved. Not always just like crying. That's cheap in my opinion. I'm talking about that sense of the sublime or the sense of the numinous, the sense of something important is happening. And that is a game that doesn't have much actually in terms of voice. But what it does have is a very good narrative that takes your character along on a journey. And there were people who were moved by certain scenes, even though their character had been fantasiaed like a gajillion times. I never fantasiaed a ton or at all. So I could see where you could argue that I felt something very deeply by the time Endwalker came around, because my boy and I had been through so much together. But in terms of what he's talking about, I highly suspect he is coming at this from a very dominant male brain. And male brains tend to have this problem, and we see this when it applies to writing as well, which is if it isn't real, it's not meaningful. And my mom was a bit like this as well, actually. She has a more... she has an atypical personality in some ways. She's a bit like Wooly, sort of. Just like the female version of Wooly. Anyway. And there's this sense that if it's not realistic enough, then it's not going to matter. And there has to be a verisimilitude of reality in order to make it weighty. And so I think this is actually something that I see is more of a mindset that most guys appear to hold. But it could be that some women also have this. I'm not suggesting females don't also have this. I think there are probably quite a few females for whom, if they aren't making choices or if they aren't in control, then it's not real. But for some reason, I think a lot of women are more willing to take the back seat on stuff like this, and just go along for the ride. In fact, I would argue that the realism Andes that are typical for male brains are complemented in mirror images, like the brain rot and debts, which would be the people who are so uncritical and they just sit back and just let everything happen to them without really thinking about it at all. Like they prefer to just keep clicking through something without really thinking about it as well. Like there's two, it's like the symptoms are the same, but the reasons for the symptoms could be different, psychologically speaking. Maybe. That's a theory. But I do tend to notice that a lot of guys are hung up on reality. And they cherry pick that reality. Boy, howdy, do they cherry pick that reality. I must have my immersion. Okay, well, why is your H-cup female got a 24-inch waist? Oh, no, never mind that. Why is she running around without proper bra on when she is an H-cup? Oh, well, So, once again, the reality requirement, I think he's speaking from a very specific position that may be linked to biology or psychology. But once again, I don't want to say that for sure, but it's a working theory right now that's helping me understand this person's perspective. Because at this point in time, I don't think this is true of all humans on the planet. I think that there are lots and lots of women for whom their little frou-frou stories about, lady by the beach meeting hot male lifeguard, for them, it's just as emotional and interesting and engaging and mind-blowing as it would be for a guy to hop in Elden Ring and experience another life. I think maybe the Jungian energies of the man pushes them to find fulfillment and happiness through achieving something. And in my opinion, games give male brains this dopamine hit of I have achieved something, when in reality, maybe they have not really achieved all that much, really. Anyway, let's keep going.
Now, there are some downsides to games because of the depth of play. And one of them is that games can be addictive. This has been on the radar for quite a while now, is people compulsively playing video games, particularly MMOs, because MMOs are giving them something that they don't have. They're giving them a rush, they're giving them endorphins, they're giving somebody a bunch of things that they don't have, and therefore they can be highly addictive.
Well, I mean, because men need to get stuff done. They want to feel agential. And they're in a society that has told them that they have to, you know, not do certain things anymore. And so then guys are like, what do I do? So this is a way for them to go out and brandish a sword without actually having to brandish a sword. And to shoot a gun without actually having to shoot a gun. And to achieve something like a little title or a special mount or something so that they can be like, oh, I achieved this. I worked hard and I got it. This is my reward for having done this thing. And there's actually nothing wrong with that, by the way, in small doses. But I think there are some modern people, both men and women, who are mistaking digital achievements for achievements. Like real world achievements where you're helping people, you're mentoring, you're volunteering, you're taking time to help other people, you're giving advice, you're checking in on your loved ones, you're taking care of your parents or some siblings or something. You have a hobby, you're making something with your own hands that is separate from someone else's thing or is distinctive to you or is an expression of your selfhood. A game worth playing should make you want to waste your life. Yes, Wooly. I agree. And the bald one is correct in that one. All right, so let's see. I'm going to just check on chat here, catching up on chat. So Morley is sharing about her experiences as a homesteader. I'm glad to hear that Maury has been an advisor for people, it looks like. Yeah, I was eating a Joe Louis and it is now dead. Nikki, don't get her started on Nikki. Oh, I know Nikki. Oh, Nikki, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Nikki. Ideally, a game story, if it has one, should interface with the gameplay. That's what makes this medium unique. I do agree, Willie. Yes. Yeah. I think games have a unique way of having a story. The white whale of gaming, narrative-driven gaming or narrative-focused gaming, okay? The white whale is to get the balance of gameplay and narrative correctly balanced. But I think there's a time and a place for games with no narrative. And I think there's a time and a place for games only with narrative. And the games that are only with narrative are films and books. Right? So if we go back to here, I think there's a time and a place to enjoy this hands-on experience where you're making choices, you feel agential, you're doing things, everything is hunky-dory. But there is a time and a place where you have to discipline your mind. Discipline your mind, like Severus Snape said. And Severus Snape. Discipline your mind. Yes, here we go.
Of his victim, and he will help shield you to penetrate.
Focus. This is gonna kill.
Improve. Every memory he has access to is a.
This whole scene, highly recommend watching it. Discipline your mind. Anyway.
To the point where the person.
Oh yeah, that's right. I'm going back. It's WoW for shitting the story bed, including Mythic Plus, and bringing those people into the game. And again, the WoW players have YouTubers they go to for complete narrative breakdown because WoW chose to scatter its story. You can turn your back on in-game events, so the story matters. I'm firstborn to a Latino family, so I was expected to press any feelings that wasn't joy or gratitude. Oh, actually, to this day, I have friends and acquaintances that have asked if I ever feel sad and get shocked when I say I feel repressed daily. I just kind of deal with it, but I never see you cry. And you never will. Yeah. How late are you going? Good question, Ben. Good question. No tears, but kind of really could use a hug tribe. A Chieko theory, yes. There were so many people saying SE was censoring Tifa in Final Fantasy VII Remake because they decided to put a sports bra on her to prevent her boobs from flopping everywhere. How H-Cup no bra, not get a black eye. Forget about the black eye, okay? Think about the sweat. I don't know if there are any men in chat here who've had a girlfriend with breasts larger than a C cup. Even C cups. Like, all I have to ask is sweat and gravity. These are two non-negotiable forces of nature. Heat and gravity. Like, the amount of sweat that has to pool under there from exercising, like running around holding a gun, and you're like, let's say you have no bra on. Like, I don't even know. Like, do guys not realize that women sweat? But that's not the realism they want, okay? Men need to feel appreciated and valued. That's true. Honestly, it was the best bit of wisdom to help me know what to say when trying to comfort or encourage. Shrivels up at the call to adventure. Could you guys all sim? I'm sure you could pick up a sword at some point, maybe. Only narrative games, like the Telltale games? I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, Epic. Maybe you can clarify. Sometimes I'm someone else's biggest support. Other days, I accidentally grab the candle jar instead of my tea mug. Walking simulators, OMG. Games will always have the other element that demands some kind of compromise. Humidity titties. I have meaty torso appendages that cause bad smells. They are called arms, I understand. Yeah. And you generally will wrap your arms in material so that the sweat will soak into that material. Yeah, so in my opinion, I think like there can be video games that have a mixture of... There are video games that have a good mixture of gameplay and story, right? I'm more than certain that there are. But I think the games that give the guys most fun is 80% gaming, 20% cool epic scenes. And that's for most guy brains. We're not counting Epic, who's gifted with XY chromosomes, but not much else. I'm very familiar with set. Yeah. I just don't think people really want reality in a video game. They want to feel good and have fantasy, okay? So that's why when you use the reality word and you critique something because it's not real, I think it can become... You got to be really careful. You got to be really careful. But he is correct. There are some downsides in that video games can be addictive. And the addiction lies in the fact that some people don't have anything but the video game in their life. But here's my question. Do we blame the video game for that, though? I mean, we can blame bad monetization practices. We can blame FOMO. We can blame certain dark, like there's like dark programming things that developers can do to kind of encourage addictive behaviors, we can definitely blame video games for that. But like part of me is also going, but at the end of the day, the people who are engaging with it also have to take responsibility for the fact that they are falling into this idea that my value is linked to having this collection or maintaining this character or having this thing. Like, can we really blame video games for all of it? I don't think so. Okay, Sim is trying to figure out YouTube. Imagine being, okay, boob sock. I heard of these in my illustration education. Hello, Johnny. How's it going? The Wolf Among Us is worthwhile? Yeah. Red Dead 2 was realistic, though? Yeah, I heard the horse's balls shrunk in the winter. Red Dead 2 had one of my brothers, like, I think he teared up, and then he was depressed for about a week. So my guess is if my brother responded to that in such a way, Red Dead 2's narrative must be solid. They must have hit the white whale there. They must have hit the white whale. Like, once again, I think some games achieve the white whale. I just think usually most people have to be happy with either really good gameplay, but the narrative isn't there, like Elden Ring, or iffy or shitty gameplay, but the narrative is all there. For example, like 14. I do think the boob butt hourglass thing gets overblown. Like, I think the current video game Lara Croft looks pretty. It's more the reaction to games like Stellar Blade of the changes to Alloy. Yeah, so here's the thing. I think we can all just stop freaking out and just say, hey, you know what? I like a little bit of fantasy. I want a little bit of unrealism here. And then if a game decides to come out and it's going to be unrealistic in other kinds of ways, just shut up. And just be like, well, I guess that's someone else's fantasy. It's not my fantasy, but someone else's fantasy. And just, you know, roll with it. I think the problem is when people run around virtue signaling to whatever community they are a part of and say, oh, this is so terrible, this is so bad. And then on top of that, they will use this kind of criticism or reaction to criticism as a way to validate their personal life choices and beliefs. And I think it's just really silly. It's really, really silly. Maybe, just maybe, you might like to see a woman with a, you know, like an H cup on a 24-inch waist or whatever. Maybe that's what you want to see. And maybe someone else doesn't want to see that. So you can just, you know, play your separate games. As long as no one's coming into your game and is taking away your fantasy, as long as no one's doing that, leave other people alone. The problem is people are not leaving each other alone. They're going after each other, either to signal their virtue or to validate their own personal life choices and tastes. Because, you know, everyone must agree with me and like the same thing that I like. Because if they don't like what I like, then I must be wrong. I must be bad. It's like really terrible. It's horrible. That comes off as trying to control what people are allowed to experience. Absolutely, in Racken. I agree. Ben has been a wonderful gaming partner lately in V Rising. I used to be a disbeliever of certain things, but Ben is coaching me through, and it's been really fun. Deck. It's good. It's interesting sarcasm. That's a good one. Red Dead 2 has great writing. Yes, it understands the Western genre more than modern movies trying to do it. Yeah, I think one of the issues that I have with writing nowadays, Leo, is that it feels like people are, how can I say this? People are inserting their personal interests and beliefs into it. That's bad. Okay. But you know what's even worse? They can't even write to fit the genre that they're supposed to write for. That's even worse. It makes everything else 10 times worse. Like, once again, I think most people wouldn't give a crap if Sarah was in the game, or if other people were in the game that they didn't agree with. They would just kick that character out and continue on with the game as it is. The problem is when the writing is so bad and so poor on a fundamental level that it becomes obvious even to the most clueless individual on the planet, or to most people who ignore that kind of stuff and keep going on. Mostly. Yeah. Let's mostly.
A bunch of things that they don't have, and therefore they can be highly addictive to the point where the person will shunt their real life responsibilities, sometimes in really disastrous ways, in order to have access to the game. Now, my redirect on that is that, first of all, something can be addictive because it's good, right? If something is really enjoyable, there's a potential for addictive behaviors.
Like chocolate.
Or maybe compulsive behaviors with that. But looking in our world in 2024, can I really blame people for wanting to spend time in an MMO? There may not be a lot of opportunity to experience the things that an MMO gives you in real life. That is advancement, meaning, social interaction, status. For a lot of people, that's just missing from a modern life. The corporate rat race doesn't really produce them a lot of status. They are not really getting ahead. Their efforts don't yield them something extra. They don't yield them more social contacts. It doesn't yield them more money. They're existing. And so the game actually gives them an ability to have something that they lack from the modern life, which is an ability to have status, to have meaning. And MMOs deliver that in spades, which is why they have such a high potential for addiction.
I actually don't think just MMOs. I think gacha games does this too, right? There are tons of mobile games that prey on women and their desire to stand out in the crowd, and like things like Love Nikki and stuff like that. And this is not just, this is true for both men and women, I think, for both male and female gamers, in that some people mistake real in-game achievements with real world achievements, number one. Or number two, they're, like he said, they're compensating for the fact that IRL things aren't going the way that they would like. They're not like even people going to work and having a job, right? That we got a lot of workers in chat, lots of people with, steady work that they go into day in and day out, but that work is not representative of themselves and their interests. And so part of the way of keeping their spirit alive is to find some other kind of meaning outside of their work. And this happens within the game. And I actually don't have so much of a problem with that. However, I do wish people would also diversify their interests and not become one game Andes, which is what so many people do. Like, have reading on the side. How many men are reading on the side? How many men and women, I should say, are going into crafting of some sort, learning a craft, learning some kind of hand skill, crocheting, knitting, quilting, carpentry, studying the stars and astronomy, swimming, or once again, like, should we put sports in there? I'm not sure. But sure, certain, types of skill-based sports and stuff. So I just feel like there's a big question I have surrounding this whole thing of what are they doing with their lives?
So is the solution to that to make games like less fun, or to make it so people can't play games? I think the real solution is to make real life have more of those things, because gaming can definitely be a surrogate activity. Not to use Unabomber terminology too much, but here we go. It could be a surrogate activity. It's something you do instead of something which has an actual effect on the world.
I love what he's saying here. I agree with him. 10 out of 10. Yeah. This is a problem, but it's not the fault of the game. We shouldn't be blaming the game for this. This is the person's issue that they have to figure out for themselves. And sometimes it's something that can never be fixed entirely, and it's something that they have to figure out over for the rest of their lives. They may never ever fully figure it out. They'll be like Emily Dickinson, stashing themselves inside of a house and never emerging again. Like, their struggle may not end with victory in this life. Let's say that.
Rather than starting a business and really affecting your community and yourself and your world, you are running a guild in World of Warcraft. Now, that's not to say anything bad about running a guild in World of Warcraft, but lots of people need that because they simply can't get it within their normal life. Their normal life just doesn't have a strong amount of opportunities for that. So there's the potential for the surrogate activity, but at the same time, I see why that potential exists. It's because we have a materially rich but spiritually poor existence here in the West, and that's definitely been the case for my generation. And I think that's also the case for younger generations like Gen Z.
It's for all generations. I think this is a human condition. This is a human problem. I will say, however, that after spending a couple years playing Eve Echoes and other games like Final Fantasy XIV, I have met wonderful people who have spoken truth into my life, who have been encouraging, who have brightened up my day. So I do think the thing with the MMO / video game community is that lots of people lack community in their real life. And so they have no option but to go to the game world, where they have a community that's willing to chat with them on Discord, to get in a voice call, right? Like, how many lonely people exist, right? Like, if tomorrow the internet went down for some reason and I couldn't log into the video game or Discord, I have 3 to 4 friends here in town that I could go visit and hang out with for hours on end, and we'd be fine, right? But how many other gamers, particularly male gamers, right? This is once again, I think he's speaking to a very specific issue, which is more gendered. But generally speaking, I would say this is more of a male problem. Men struggle to make connections, and get and do things, right? Because it's not just about having social connections and having friends. It's also about doing things, achieving something. And another part of me wonders as well whether it's also because of laziness. Once again, there's probably a whole host of different factors. If the man has been raised by a mother who did not teach him to learn how to be resilient, if his father was absent and did not teach him to learn how to push himself and challenge himself appropriately, he will always default to the easiest option out, and he will long term, especially the ones with mothers who use compassion and love as a cloak to hide their devouring mother complex. Yeah, those men who are essentially man babies never grow up, never leave the home, and they remain kind of tied subconsciously to their family in an unhealthy kind of way. And all of these kinds of factors can factor into why some people spend too much time gaming. But once again, it's usually because something else is going on in your life, and you, like me right now. After I finish checking my ESL homework, teaching ESL, doing some revisions for my client, which is mentally tearing my brain out of its socket, what happens? I'm done. I don't want to do anything else. Well, I lie. I've been doing a bit of programming, but after that, I'm like, I'm going to go and play some V Rising. I'm going to play some Final Fantasy XIV. So it's very easy to get into that kind of rut too.
materially rich but generally spiritually poor experience.
Agreed.
So that's the worry about it, but I think a lot of what that worry comes from is the fact that gaming is such a deep and such an interesting and such a engaging experience that it has the potential for addiction. Now, the other thing I want to say is, like, if we're comparing this again,
I would argue that there are some games that can offer that spiritual enrichment, that can offer that companionship and meaningful relationships, but they're rare and few and far in between. They're not common. And I think that is why WoW and Final Fantasy XIV and Guild Wars 2 are so strong, because all three of them offered at some point in time, or have currently offered, or are currently offering, not just a community, not just a way to express yourself, not just a list of achievements to check off, but also a spiritually or numinous experience that can impact a person on a subconscious level, even if they have not cultivated taste and don't understand why it's meaningful to them. And this is just probably one of the strengths of MMOs, is the realism of the world, working with people to get things done, combined with the strong storytelling. Now, once again, WoW has been shitting the bed, sure, but it has a legacy that has bound so many people to it. And yeah. Oh, good night, Inraken. Good night. I hope rest well. I hope the baby does well. The writers are doing a lot of presentism. Yeah. I won't say it doesn't feel good. Some of my employees in the venue are IRL military. One of them, I will never say who, was in Iraq, and they're calling me boss. I won't say it doesn't feel good. It will take your life away. Yes. WoW had to do a lot wrong consistently for me to leave. Yeah, there was something there, right, Wooly? There was something there. And that's what I'm saying is, like, I think sometimes games can offer a lot that's healthy and good. But the problem is, even some good things in this world are tainted. And that's unfortunate.
Into visual medium like movies and TV. Movies are an entertainment product, right? So if you're doing it as a leisure activity and watching movies, there's nothing wrong with that. But we have this weird double standard when it comes to games, where somebody having games as a leisure activity is somehow worse than other leisure activities, right? Like, they should be reading books. It's like, if you look at the people who like read a lot of books, they're reading, like, you know, the 40-something women who read bodice rippers all the time. They're not getting better. Like,
I love this. I love it. He's calling it out. He's calling it out. See, this is what I would tell my mom when my mom would shit on video games. One day I couldn't take it anymore. And I was like, Mom, you have to understand that, you know, most published books these days are in the romance genre. So no, they're not much better than video games. There's tons and tons of bullshit books out there. And I remember telling my mom this. And after that, we got less rhetoric about how video games are bad. I 100% agree with him. We have to be honest and say that books and films and games are simply vehicles. They are vehicles for experiences. I just disagree with him on how to label those experiences. Okay, so that's my main beef at the beginning here. But I 110% agree with him that to suggest that one experience is better for you than another experience is wrong. We should have a canon for literature, and we should have a canon for video games, and these would represent the best of the best, and they would represent defining or challenging moments that a player can become enriched through or learn about themselves through. And these things should include a variety of approaches to that medium. And they're worth cutting your teeth on, whether it's a game or a book or a film. They're worth cutting your teeth on because it's going to teach you something about yourself or about the world, or it will enrich you or encourage your heart or do something that you need to have in your life that will make you a better person, that will activate you to be a better person in your community or in your tight-knit group of family and friends. And I 100% agree with him that this hypocrisy around films and books needs to stop, because there's loads of bullshit out there. Loads of bullshit. But I will say, and I've said it before in my other videos, women have been criticized about reading romance novels. That has been an ongoing criticism. Women have had to deal with the fact that a lot of what they liked was always talked down to. There were a lot of gothic and other types of writers who were shat on, not because they were bad writers, but because they were writing for a genre and for an audience group that the establishment decided wasn't worthy and didn't matter. And so this is where I think he probably doesn't know. Well, he should know. He's a writer. I'm a bit confused. Maybe he doesn't know, but women actually do undergo criticism, and many women do hide their romance loving ways. Yeah, they do. They have experienced critique before for that. It's only in recent years, with the craziness going on, where what women have liked has somehow been doused in the bath of this is all good now because women like it, which is bullshit. We all know it's bullshit. They're reading trash. Make no mistake, it's trash. We don't need to say it's good for them to enjoy it. We can just say, yeah, you like reading trash. Just like this guy over here likes playing trash. We can just all take a chill pill here.
That's not bettering their life by reading books.
No, it's
right?
not.
If you're reading Janet Ivanovich, you're not becoming a better person as a result of reading books.
No, you're not.
I get that we have all this messaging towards kids. Read. And there's nothing wrong with telling kids that it's good to read and wanting kids to read. But the way that you usually get them to read is to read things which they enjoy. And things which they enjoy don't necessarily make them better, right?
Which is why you make them read things that they don't enjoy. Hello, you give them one book that they like and they have to read one book that they are not going to necessarily like. This is a no-brainer. This is same thing with women. I will say this. I think the reason why women got away with the books thing, do you remember what they said in Billion Wicked Thoughts? Women's romance novels are more likely to have positive social messaging in it. Okay? And so there is this aspect where they can hypocritically say, well, you know, at least in this book, they're talking about how family is important or whatever. And they are not being fair to the fact that games also can be very positive in its dissection of human experience, philosophy, and everything else. So I think women have gotten away with some rebuttals by hiding behind these very weak defenses when they should just come out and say, hey, you know what? I like crap. You like your crap. I like my crap. Let's keep going on. At the same point in time, I think both men and women need to stop with the reading of this crap so much and maybe try to, I don't know, push themselves a little to read something else that might not be necessarily their first choice, but could help them learn a bit about themselves. And same thing for the kids. Like, obviously, oh, my kid is reading. Oh, what is your kid reading? Captain Underpants. Oh, okay.
We're not making kids read, Plato and Thomas Aquinas, right? And people who read Plato and Thomas Aquinas aren't reading it for a leisure leisurely entertainment experience. They're reading it to understand something. They're reading it to gain knowledge, to gain wisdom. That's why they're reading.
Well, he's talking about reading philosophy. You can be entertained while reading novels. I don't know why why that is a weird example to make, bro. that's a little weird. Okay. Would we give kids Plato and Socrates or whatever, Socrates? No. We would give them Goodnight, Mr. Tom. We would give them Tom's Midnight Garden. We would give them The Secret Garden. We would give them The Horse and His Boy. We would give them The Eagle of the Night. We would give them White Fang, Call of the Wild. We would be giving them the Narnia series, Charlotte's Web. What are you talking about, Plato? What?
Experience. They're reading it to understand something.
No, you can't. You're not reading to understand something. You're reading to experience something. What in the world?
Reading it to gain knowledge, to gain wisdom.
He's literally creating, like, is this straw manning? I don't know what this is.
That's why they're reading philosophical texts or those difficult to read things. It's not just for pleasure. Reading Harry Potter is not going to make you a smarter and better person unless the level that you were at when you started reading Harry Potter is already very low. So compared to other leisure activities, even books, I don't think there's anything wrong with games. Just know that they're a leisure activity. And the only problem is if you're doing too much of a leisure activity and therefore like not mowing the lawn or not going to work, that's a problem. But people do that with TV. They get home, they watch TV, they don't mow the lawn. So that happens with people as well with TV and with movies because leisure activities are fun. We want to do a lot of them. Okay, so I tend to ignore a lot of the boomer complaints about.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get that. I don't get that argument. I would have posed the argument this way. I like his comment about leisure activities. Everyone likes to do leisure activities. It could be crocheting, it could be quilting, it could be making a chair, it could be sculpting something out of soap. It could be watching a movie. It could be watching a film. It could be writing a book. It could be anything. If it's taking away from being a responsible adult, clearly you need to align yourself properly. Obviously, I think this is all should be, hello, this is obvious. However, he is... Entertainment is more than just entertainment and arts and entertainment is a window and a door. And some people step toward the door, some people stand in the door, and some people go through the door. And so many people these days, their brains are checked out. They don't even get to the door. Some people linger in the doorway. Very few people step through. The stepping through part is the part where you realize that there is something to be learned from your experience about yourself or the world or something greater at hand. The problem is that sometimes writers these days are so invested in making a change or being a change or signaling some kind of virtue that it ruins the very entertainment value or medium that they're dealing with, because they only see this art or this entertainment as an expression of their beliefs. But this is not to say that entertainment will ever be free from any belief. There will always be some form of telos, some form of worldview affirmed or contradicted within any kind of experience. Setting aside crafting, but like films, books, art, music, and video games. Because all of these things are the sharing of experience, and within the sharing of the experience, whether it's a fantastical one or real one, comes with it packaged beliefs, thoughts, ideas, and you cannot separate them. So I disagree with the leftists looking for negative messaging. looking for the racism and the sexism. I think if you wear that all the time, you become bitter and crazy. But to suggest that games and books are fiction or are entertainment are somehow devoid of being able to learn from something is wrong. In fact, I would argue Harry Potter is slightly dangerous, not because of the witchcraft, but because of the amoral worldview that is presented within it. The kids actually do learn from that. That's what Tolkien was talking about fantasy in his essay on fairy stories. He was making an argument that fantasy has the ability to be therapeutic and enriching for the spirit and the soul. and myth within this make-believe package in this experience is more than just passing of information, and it is more than just passive entertainment. So I disagree with him fundamentally on this. This is a mistake on his part. Books are not the books that are entertainment should never be read solely for entertainment, because they are not solely entertainment. There's more transferred through books than just the entertainment. And if all you're seeing is just the entertainment, it means your brain has been turned off. You turned your brain off. That's you. That's on you. And you are now subconsciously taking shit in, and it will be subconsciously warping you over time.
Like, hyper stimulating games and that kind of stuff. To me, I think games are more engaging because they're just a deeper experience overall, right? That's what I think about it. So when I think about movies versus games in terms of what potential experience they offer, movies can't really compare. It's not that I don't watch movies. I watch movies and I enjoy them. But if I'm comparing the two experiences, games are usually going to offer a better experience. They could offer a worse experience if it's just not a good game. That's a thing too, right? So if we're just looking at the two experiences and comparing them, there's no comparison. Games are more fun. I don't like to turn my mind off. And in fact, when I watch movies, I prefer to watch them at home because there's a pause button. And I'm not pausing the movie because I don't have the ability to focus. You guys have seen me doing write streams where I will write 3,000 words in one sitting. That's focused work, right? I know how to focus. It's that I want to pause and think about something I saw. I want to pause and consider the images that I saw. I don't want a bunch of rapid fire words and images to assault my mind without me being able to pause and really consider them. And
yes, this is why I feel like this man, he is a writer, but it just shows you that just like me, I'm also a failure when it comes to speaking. Writers are usually better at writing and not speaking. He's not cohesive. His ideas are not cohesive here. He should have defined what he meant by film. He should have defined that he meant in the film theater, and then he should have set up his counter argument and rebuttal at the beginning to talk about this thing that he's talking about now. I would have set this much earlier on before moving on to the game section. This is poorly organized. But he is making the point here that movies can be equally thought-provoking, but you have to have the ability to pause them. Now, for me, I don't know. Maybe my brain is like, I don't know. I was watching Free Guy. I was having fun. Oh, there's something weird there. Okay, keep going. Oh, no, there's something else weird there. Keep going. Getting to the NPC speech. No, I'm done. This is woke trash. I know what this is now. I'm no longer enjoying myself. I feel like I wasted $15. Okay, so my brain is not turned off. I don't go into any kind of fugue state when I'm in the theater. Just because I can't pause the button doesn't mean that my brain suddenly just goes click and it stops working. My brain is still working. I just can't pause it because I'm not in a social situation where I can pause it. And sometimes I'm at home and I'm watching something with someone, and guess what? I can't pause it either because they are not the type of people who want to pause it and they don't want to sit and talk about it. But I would. right? So I think he's making this the argument that we made earlier, which is that movies are, there are aspects about movies that are thought-provoking just as much as games are. And he also said, once again, he's reiterating this concept of a deep experience. And I wish, I genuinely think that he is simply leaning into his desire to have a more physically interactive, hands-on experience. He finds joy in puzzling things out, problem solving, achieving, and checking off lists, and seeing things on the screen that gets him excited. There's nothing wrong with that. But I firmly believe that there are lots of women who find this just as immersive and interesting as he does his games. So I feel like he is coming from a very specific viewpoint here.
And that's me turning a movie more into a book, which is to say I'm able to have a deeper experience with a movie with the pause button. So to me, like, if I'm comparing the cinema to home is usually going to win, even if the cinema has a better overwhelming stimulation experience. It's louder, like maybe bigger visuals. Of course, you can always sit a little closer to your TV, right? There's a lot of things that are really good about the cinema experience. Even if that's better, I probably prefer it at home because I don't feel like I have to disengage to think about something that happened and like focus on my inner self. I can pause it and really think for myself for a minute and then like continue on with the movie.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone, he's basically now saying, well, within these conditions, movies are as deep and thought-provoking as an experience as games are. He's mentioned WoW a lot. Makes me wonder if he's played WoW and what he would think about my Black Woman playthrough. Because the Black Woman playthrough for me highlighted some of the issues with old WoW, which is that whole scene where the prince, I forget his name, is killed in the middle of the battle. And it was like a live gameplay cutscene. And because my camera was pulled out so far, I couldn't even see the sun. And then the dad's racing in. He's like, no. And I'm like, what's happening? I missed it. The emotional beat was not there for me. Chat was there when I was just like, yeah, okay. Yeah. Because I literally missed it. In the mass of mobs that were gathered, I couldn't see the body. I couldn't see who stabbed him. I made a guess. I think I said, was it Sylvanas? But I couldn't tell. That's the shittiest in-game narrative I've ever seen. It's an attempt at something, but certainly did not hit with me. Maybe for other people it did. But I could barely see anything. And I felt nothing. And feeling nothing is, by the way, doesn't mean that it's bad. But it means that definitely, I think, if we look at it and we actually think about it and how it was executed, it was missing something. And that is to say it was missing clarity. So, in my opinion, I think some gameplay can absolutely fall flat. I think games can absolutely fail to deliver a narrative in the bustle of the gameplay. If it's not done appropriately, that narrative, that experience won't even happen. You won't even notice it's going on. It's like me in Elden Ring. You know, lots of people had great fun in Elden Ring. I started playing it. I was so confused. I was like, what's going on? People, oh, you have to be reading the little item stuff because that's actually got hints to something greater. And you have to like look around at the rocks and the trees and the castles. And I'm like, I barely recognize my own city. No, I'm kidding. I recognize my own city. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to notice that you got your hair dyed unless you do it like shocking pink or something. But like, I'm not the most cognizant person, really. So I think for me, if we're talking about deep and immersive experiences, I think his argument would have been better made if he had tackled it a little differently.
That's something that I tend to want to do a lot. I don't like to turn off my mind and relax for pretty much anything. I realize that's just not who I am. I'm not a super laid back guy in that way. For me, relaxing, I like to relax with a deep experience because most of my day is spent, interacting with children. That's not a super deep experience. It could be a fun and enriching experience and a wonderful experience, but it's not something that's really challenging my mind to grow all the time.
I feel like that. Yeah, I feel like that. Like whenever I'm teaching ESL, I'm like, like I'm not feeling like I'm being enriched necessarily. Although I know it's good for me. I know being a teacher is good for me. It keeps me on the straight and narrow. It's interesting how he's very similar to me, but how he communicates is different. I wonder if because he's more musical, I don't know what it is.
It's more like me pretend playing Legos and teaching kids how to phonetically read a word or do a math problem. That's not
good on
super
him,
challenging
though.
work for me. Leisure
Being
stuff
a teacher
needs
is
to be
amazing.
deep, and so that means games get an
That's
extra
good.
boost over movies, which are something more kind of passive and maybe relaxing. But I don't necessarily want to relax. I want to go deep to let my mind do something that it really needs to do every day.
Well, that might also be part of the issue, right? So when I worked at the turkey processing plant, I would stand for 8 hours every day in a freezer. I would be wearing a hairnet with a helmet, and I would have thick wool gloves on, over which would be metal, almost like chainmail gloves. And I would be wearing an apron, and I would be slicing meat off of the bodies of dead turkeys. And blood would collate on the surfaces. So my jeans were always pink around my thigh area because the blood eventually just stained my jeans pink. And I spent about a year in there, maybe a year and a half. And most people only lasted 2 weeks. I lasted about a year and a half, and then I went on I went into university and worked at another place. But while I was working there, in the cold, in the quiet, people couldn't really talk to each other that much. So I would spend hours and hours daydreaming in my head. And guess what? When I got home, I was ready to chat with people. So it's really about what you need and what you're looking for after a long day of work. And maybe films and books are just not giving him that hands-on, agential experience that he wants for himself after a long day of, dumbing his brain down. So, yeah. I feel like this seems to be more indicative of who he is as a person and why he's engaging with certain content over other content. Also, by the way, being a teacher, you're using your brain in a certain kind of way. So reading afterwards, the stuff that you would be reading afterwards would not necessarily be you're not going to pick up Plato. Let's just say that. You're not going to pick up Socrates or Sophocles or anyone really. You do want to go kill things, especially if you had a really tough class. But that doesn't mean that film can't be meaningful for people or that it can't be immersive at all. Anyway, let's keep going.
Which is to have a deeper experience, even with something that's a leisure experience. So anyway, leave me your thoughts down below in the comment section. I'd love to know, are you a gamer and games are where it's at? I like games. I don't like to watch movies. I know guys who watch movies while they play games because the game has boring stuff in it. Like, you know, they're grinding in an MMO to get something, and so they'll put on a movie. They're doing crafting and put a movie on their other monitor. I stopped doing that a while ago, and it changed a lot of my outlook on games. I changed what games I played because I realized a lot of them were just not a very engaging experience on their own. They were shallow. So that changed my thoughts, but I'd like to know, are there people who still do that? And what do you prefer? Do you prefer a good cinema experience? Do you prefer just general movies? Do you just like to have visual media? You prefer passive media? Or do you like to play games? Are games really where it's at? And then also kind of where books fall in this, because I read a lot of books, and they're, again, a little bit different experience from those as well. I think books offer a really deep experience for people because you have to be active in pulling the words off the page and reading them and considering them. So I think that has probably the biggest potential depth. But anyway, leave me your thoughts down below. I'd love to read them, and I'll see you all next time. Have a great, great day.
If this is him when he was young, I think he's aged really well. I think he's growing like fine wine. Very lovely gentleman. Okay, so final thoughts. I think this was a more subjective ramble about why a specific person who happens to be a male gamer enjoys specific games over others. His last few words there have my interest piqued. I am very fascinated to know what kinds of games he realized were shallow and what games he realized would provide more of a deep and meaningful experience. I'm very curious about that. I kind of want to know what that would be. I'm trying to think what kinds of games would be more shallow. Like, obviously, probably a lot of mobile gaming, right? But I will say that for the most part, I agreed with him. He had some really good points, like the fact that people's desire to game often comes from very complex and sometimes problematic areas of their life. He noted that gamers these days tend to be pushing back against the takeover of their space, which I think is very healthy. Clearly, the publishing industry was lost to female interest without much of a fight from the men. So it's good to see guys trying to like rustle themselves up to save their video games from being taken over by people who may not have their best interests or entertainment interests in mind. I liked the fact that he was taking the time to point out that there is some legitimate mistakes made in that games do have an aspect that is addictive or can provide only the illusion of achievement for some people, and this is actually not great, and it can be quite harmful. And what I was really impressed with is the fact that he did take the time to talk about the difference between watching a movie in theater and a movie at home. And I will say that I find movies at home to be vastly superior than to a movie in the film theater. But there's something about being in a film theater with a group of fans and knowing that you're all sitting together and enjoying it together that is almost spiritual. It's kind of like going to church. So yes and no. I think for me, what's happened is that movies have become too blah. Too samey. Everyone's trying to write like Joss Whedon and Neil Gaiman, and the ideology that's rampant through Hollywood has taken away the fantasy. But if the right film comes out, I think people will go out for it and they will try to watch it, and it will be good, and they will have fun. But the problem is that those are too far and few in between. Instead of increasing the quality and quantity because, you know, technology has made things easier, but instead of allowing industries to, you know, produce more high quality stuff at a faster rate. We've just been getting a lot of shit. And I think people are realizing that they could just not go and risk their money on something that they're not sure about. And I do think that there are films out there that are extremely meaningful and thought-provoking, and can get you thinking about things for sure. I came away, as much as they are not perfect, the Dune films made me come away and made me want to push myself to be a better writer. I'm not saying it's because the Dune films are well written per se, but the scope of the world that Frank Herbert came up with is so powerful and detailed. And even with just the film, with all of its flaws, the films made me get a grasp on the Herbert stuff in a way that made me feel like, oh my gosh, I'm still a small fry. I need to keep pushing myself and keep exploring and challenging myself as a writer. So, yeah. I've definitely had very, very deep and meaningful experiences in a film theater. So this may be a question of psychology. It might be a question of personality. It might be a question of time of life. I'm not sure. Okay, so I'm going to check chat, flood chat with stuff. Okay, so let's see. I'm going to scroll up. Ben, I guess, must be trying to fight something. I was very resistant to being a 14 player even as I was playing it. To be honest, I wonder if that resistance ruined my enjoyment of the game before Shadowbringers hit the Dark Souls vibe. Yeah, maybe a playthrough again might help you enjoy other parts of it. I'm so tired of fiction shoving hot guys down my throat. There's not enough hot guys, Deck. Not enough. Also, he's acting like games still have the 90s stigma, though. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, Ben, I think he's... Once again, I think he's coming at it from a certain perspective. I think he just doesn't understand that gamers aren't the only people who are criticized for their entertainment. That's all I'm going to say. Honestly, if my old WoW guild were to miraculously reassemble, I would be sorely tempted. Okay, so Wooly, would you say then for you, Wooly, that part of the MMO experience for you was your guildies, were your guildmates? Ooh, new Jack Tingle title, fictionally shoving hot guys down my throat. But Chieko, it's entertainment. Why should they preach at me about being a better person? Not a serious argument. Yeah. For some reason, Sim, women are okay with it. I don't know why. Also, he writes trashy fantasy, so he should know more than anybody. I haven't read his stuff, but I look forward to maybe trying it out. Family, yeah. And that's why Dragonflight was the best expansion for a story. No one should read Plato. To the pyre it goes. I wouldn't read Plato to understand anything. I would read him to get a good night's sleep. He's strawmanning and fallacy of authority, I think. Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair. He's saying reading books can't enhance your mind. I think he's suggesting that when we read books, we only read, how can I say this? I think he was trying to say that when you read good books, you aren't reading to entertain yourself, you're reading to educate yourself. And I think that is really sad. It speaks to a mindset people have about classic literature. And it reminds me of my little brother, not my littlest one, but the second littlest one with whom I've been sharing an apartment with. When he was very young, he was introduced to plays by Shakespeare. And my mother would have us watch BBC renditions of Shakespeare, which are extremely solid plays done to show the Shakespearean works. Very, very, very solid productions. Very old-fashioned, maybe boring to some people, maybe a snooze fest, but to us young ones who barely saw any TV, right? We were certainly not watching the pew pews and the, you know, like we were watching Charles Dickens for fun. And when I was going through my room and organizing it, he came in to help me, and I told him to make piles of books. One would be entertainment books, one would be school textbooks, and one would be anime and manga. And basically, he started putting the Shakespeare stuff into the fun book pile. I was like, what are you doing? He was like, well, they're really fun, aren't they? Shouldn't I be putting them there? And I said, no, that's in the school textbook. Now, of course, I love certain Shakespeare more than other Shakespeare. But what I am trying to say is that by saying what he said, I feel like it came off as being this idea that the only good reading that you will do in your life, the quality reading that you will do in your life, is only for education. And it doesn't have to be that. It could be about having an experience, and along the way, you will be enriched. And this kind of conflation with high-level books as being only for education, and he was only quoting, like, reading philosophers instead of reading something like The Secret Garden. I don't know how many of you in chat watched my review of The Secret Garden, but The Secret Garden is one of the most powerful stories that you could ever read as a child or a man or a woman. It was written for general audiences way back in the day, but it has one of the most powerful messages that anyone could read nowadays. And if any little girl or boy or man or woman were to read the story of a little princess and take in what was being said, not just as entertainment value, but as a question about oneself, it becomes not just entertainment, nor is it just about being educated. It's about experiencing and thereby learning about other possibilities, about other modes of behavior that might enrich your life. And I think him using the philosophers was a bit of a, almost like a straw man, because he was cherry picking what is obviously difficult to get through for people and what is not fun for people, when reading can be so much more than that. I want to be change in the world. So Herman, hello Herman. Sorry, I didn't see you in there. I was kind of really focusing because I feel like I could stay with this video forever. If I was a responsible adult, I wouldn't be flushing my money down the toilet publishing books virtually no one reads. I want to be change in the world, the type of change that makes me unfathomably wealthy. Write a self-help book, Herman, and talk like Kermit the Frog. Plato is the root of evil in modern intellectualism. Yeah, I never really got into Plato, or Plato, whatever his name is. Ignoring enrichment. I know for a fact the bulk of my writing skills, if anyone here would believe I have it, come from reading good books and wanting to achieve it for myself. I'll assume he's presented his case wrong. Yeah. I think he was trying to make a good point and it came off as being a little off. Gilneas, yes, the Worgen Zardan. Yeah, do you remember my Blackwoman? Like, I had this really hot black werewolf, and then he wore that scaly suit that made him look like Aquaman. So we called him Blackwoman. I'm pretty sure it was someone in chat. It was so revealing to me, because by then a WoW player knows to be looking for it, but I instantly saw why and how a new player would miss it. Yeah. And I want to say, chat was not judgmental at all. Did not make me feel bad for missing out of it. But you could tell I was so crushed because I wanted to feel that moment, and I missed out. I missed out. And so some games do it because it's forced, and some games fail to make it because it just got lost, right? So in his viewpoint, having that experience and feeling the rush and having your friend suddenly die beside you, I mean, that's real, isn't it? That happened in real history. Yeah, but it took away the whole point of that whole scene. So now I'm just standing there going, wait, what happened? And there were so many times where I would get into that kind of like, okay, now I have to click the next scene. And then people would just traipse in. And I'm like, wait a minute. No, actually, there's a cutscene. Like, it was just exactly. War Within has stopped doing that. But the goal of true classic WoW was to be missable. So people went, oh, you should have been there. FOMO before we learned to complain about it. Yeah, I just think like it's unfortunate. It took away from the moment for me. Okay, Ben, take care. I think Ben has to work earlier now, if I recall correctly. So, Sag. KOTOR is definitely the deep and meaningful one. Yeah, I'll have to try it. All the mysteries of the universe can be found in playing Pong, just saying. I think Shay was mentioning Pong earlier. People did go en masse to watch the new Top Gun. Yeah, that's true. Leo retracted his message. Oh, look, this guy's done a video on orcs in various media. It's a year old, though. He also did Why WoW's writing is so bad after the same raid you did your video. Uh-oh, he did Dune 2 sucks. Well, I mean, the ending sucked. I don't know why he thinks Dune 2 sucks. But for me, what they did with the girl was unfortunate. What the girl did was how they did was very unfortunate. What happened to Hollywood writing? That I would watch that. Wooly has given us Dune Part 2 sucks. Oh, they're talking about Chani. Oh. This is a case of mediocre movie looking like genius because it's surrounded by so much garbage. This is what I was worried about in my final years of university. I felt like I was probably a mediocre student looking like genius because I was surrounded by garbage. So I actually came out of university with a strong imposter syndrome that's still plaguing me to this day. This could be really interesting because I saw Dune 2. Yeah, I'm very fascinating. Very cool. Why I dislike Deadpool. Oh, he dislikes Deadpool. He dislikes Wonka. He's talking about the Yasuke. Why conservatives don't understand culture. That's interesting. Why liberals suck at art. Maybe he's a moderate. Who knows? We can only guess. Writers who hate writing. That would be very sad. I wonder what he thinks is. So how did you find out the WoW stuff? Where's the WoW stuff? What is his WoW thing? $1,200 end? Orcs and books, games and movies. Why? Oh, I feel like we've seen this. Didn't we see this? I feel like I've watched this.
Why World of Warcraft's writing?
I feel like I've watched this before. I feel like we've seen this before. I had the red line in here. Dune 2 is a nearly perfect movie for me. I got it on Blu-ray. I like the Dune movies. I enjoyed them. Yeah, I said it. I enjoyed them. But I have not read the books. And so I talked with my friend about it who had read the books. And she and I talked a bit about Chani, because even though I liked the movies and I enjoyed the movies, the last scene with Chani bothered me a lot. Chani increasingly bothered me a lot. And so I became confused. So I went to my friend and I said, what in the world are they doing with Chani? So my friend talked with me about it. That would be African transplant. And she was like, this is where they've gone wrong. And yeah. So I liked Dune 1 a lot. Dune 2 was marred for me by the ending. Now, if we compare them to the originals, they're going to fail. Absolutely, yes. But what they're doing, if I cut them free from what is going on with the IP and the brand, so like if like with Rings of Power, for example, if we remove the IP and the branding, are they good on their own? And the answer for Rings of Power is no. And the answer for Dune is it's better. I still wouldn't necessarily give them a 10 out of 10, but I did enjoy them quite a lot. And I love the music. I listen to the music a lot. Like a lot. Well, unless you're just a big fish in a small pond, but then being mediocre leaves a lot of room to grow. But maybe none of that matters in dealing with imposter syndrome. Yeah, the imposter syndrome thing is just stupid. I try not to think about it too much, Sim, and just try to keep doing my best. But I came out of school feeling like I was like I was confused. I didn't know if I learned anything. Oh, look, I'm at the top here. How weird. Must be the algorithm. Bro. Leo says bro. What is Leo saying bro about? 4K Ultra HD. What is Leo saying bro about? Chico, I don't know if it updated your history when you load the video in, but in your history you can see the date you watched it. Where's my history? I'm sorry, Deck. I'm not sure where to view my history. I know that I didn't give it a thumbs up, so maybe it just went on a tab somewhere? I don't know. All I got here is a report. Oh. Sim is always trying to tell Chieko to watch her watch history exists. Yeah. I never read the books though, only seen all the movies. Yeah, I haven't either. And I read the summaries and it just gets so depressing. I'm like, nah. My world is already depressing. I don't need to depress myself any further. But maybe I should just read it. Hello again from home now. Hello, Willie. I hope you're resting up. I'm very niche and particular about my science fiction and fantasy, so when those things are touched on, I admit to being biased. I don't punish myself for enjoying something, but I do admit a bias. The bro is for Epic saying the Dune movies are nearly perfect. Yeah, I wouldn't say they're perfect. I would say the ending of Dune 2 was troubling. And I will say Dune 2's rhetoric was marred by the director making very obvious parallels to current modern day things. And he may have been doing it to kind of help the stupid people understand. But in this case, I think that's a misstep and he should not have it. The same thing with Chani. He was clearly, like, if you listen to some of the interviews, he was trying to make things a bit simpler for the general audiences. And that's a misstep. There's some things you can't dumb down for people, and if people don't get it, they don't get it. Epic did say nearly. YouTube main menu, not this video screen. You can search for it from your history. Oh, right. Okay. Why, wow, rating sucks. Okay. History. Search watch history. September 1st. But it doesn't say which September. So this September?
Warcraft's writing is so...
It must be this September. It must be this September. Yeah, I did it off screen, so you couldn't see all of my history. Not that there's any... I mean, you can guess what my history is just by looking at my main YouTube loadout. I think you can guess what I've been watching lately. Perhaps. My reading performance is for clean low fantasy and low sci-fi epics, so hard to find. I say they are nearly shit though. That would be more accurate. I don't think they're shit, Leo. I think you're being hyperbolic. I think, Leo, you're being as hyperbolic as Epic is. How about that? I'm curious about the Storycraft series of videos he's done. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I don't know when I saw that, but yeah. Yeah. I think I'm going to actually save this. I'm going to just save this little NFT. I have a little... Where's my YouTube NFTs? Yeah, see, I actually have something that's called Stream NFTs. And I put that in here. So what are we going to call this? We're going to call this the Experiential Medium Framework. Books, movies versus games. amongst parasocial friends, right? Yeah. Well, here's the thing, everyone. I think enjoyment is incredibly subjective. And what one person might find enjoyable may not be enjoyable for everyone else. That's for sure. But I am working on a video about how to be an objective analyst if you're interested in being an objective analyst. And I'm also working on figuring out how to present my massive book outline of all time. Whether we'll work through it together or whether I'll just do a video, I'm not sure. I think this might be one of the first weeks where I might have one spare night to do an extra stream. We'll see. I want to stream a stream about book outlines. I want to stream a stream about WoW. I want to stream a stream about KOTOR. And what else? There was something else. So. Ooh, nice. Good job, Shay. I'm glad for you. Dragon Age Origins. Ooh, yeah. I have that downloaded and ready to go. I think I have Dragon Age and I have Dragon Age Origins here, and I have Knights of the Old Republic here. I want to stream a stream. A modern Disney princess for a modern Disney audience. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to see, maybe in Discord I'll throw up a vote or something. Oh, is it really good, Anxious? I just started playing it. I've been on a V Rising binge lately. So far I found it a little opaque. I'm going to be honest, Anxious. And being in the dark all the time is a little depressing, but I'm gonna stick it out. I'm gonna keep trying and seeing if it improves and it gets more interesting. I think survival games for me are a bit hard because a lot of them don't really have much of a story, so then it's tough. I like Made in Abyss, so I'm biased for cave settings. Oh, okay. That's cool. Yeah, overall, I think the art is very cute too. It's very pretty. But I just gotta get used to being in a cave. I get you. I just like mining and building and stuff. I have moments where I'd like to do it. I play V Rising. Probably, I don't think... I have a feeling my hours aren't really... Let's see. V Rising, where is it? 87 hours. Not bad. Not bad. And then Stardew Valley, 7.8. Terraria, almost 40. And this one will not be... Yeah, this is only 90 hours because this is on my PC. I think my PS4 would have a higher count for that. It would have a higher count. On my I used to play it exclusively on the PS4. Core Keeper, just over an hour. So, Power Wash Simulator. Oof, 64 hours. This game has a narrative. Boy, howdy. I need to finish it. There's this ongoing narrative, and it's like a mystery in a way. It's so good. The mystery in Power Wash is very fascinating. Dragon Age is something I need to have a tattoo from. Get the Inquisitor symbol. Lamau. I think I would get a white mage symbol. I'd get the white mage symbol on somewhere. Put it on my leg. I can kick people with my white mage symbol. But yeah. It's not, as you can see, like I come and I go with stuff. Like I'm not a hardcore gamer. Setting aside Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy 14, what did I say my last playtime was? Like easily, I think I'm into like the 1500. No, that sounds too crazy. 1200 hours in Final Fantasy 14, maybe. I played a lot. I've played more than I thought I did. Let's say that. Let's just say that. But there is an aspect where you kind of go AFK and stuff, so it's not all like extremely active playtime. But anyway, let's see what time it is. It's almost 1:30. I am more than a 2-color palette. But I would want to fuse it with the 40k Warhammer Inquisitor skull and a symbol for the Hereticus branch. Oh, okay. That'd be kind of cool. So then people who would know which part is which. That'd be kind of cool. I kind of get that. Let's try not to get banned next time. Let's walk on eggshells and use the softest language possible. Can we though? Can we? Because the tism up in here is real. But okay, so next stream, don't know what we're doing. Obviously, we should talk about matriarchies. Maybe talk about myth retellings. Maybe, I don't know. I kind of want to play KOTOR. I kind of want to try KOTOR or Dragon Age Origins. I've tried playing Dragon Age Origins before and never got far. But maybe with coaxing from my gamer, maybe I've gotten to be a better gamer and I can play it now. Because before I struggled a bit with the combat, believe it or not. Believe it or not. Believe it. But I would love to play KOTOR or Dragon Age Origins. Yeah. KOTOR. Yeah. And I have been thinking about the Draenei. I haven't, like, obviously, WoW is not on my brain. V Rising is on my brain. If anything is on my brain right now, it's either my work or it's V Rising. One or the other. But I do actually, I think I need to update WoW and start setting up some extra stream times that we can just chill. You can play your game. I can play my game. We can hang out and play games together. I've also started playing Arknights. So I need to just settle in and just focus on getting this ghostwriting client done. And then I feel like I can be free for a little and not do extra work beyond ESL for a couple weeks. And then before you know it, we're going to be in Christmas. I know that sounds really crazy and hard to believe, but we'll actually be in Christmas. So my first KOTOR play took 32 hours. Okay. Well, I mean, what if I get in a tangent? Could it go longer? I think I would break it up into pieces. We would play KOTOR slowly and enjoy it. but I will try to maybe put out a poll in Discord and see kind of what video game people were kind of wanting me to aim for. There were a few, but I think KOTOR would be one because I really love Star Wars and I want a Star Wars fix. So my body is ready for KOTOR. So yeah. I'm surprised you're hyperventilating or not hyperventilating. Not. I don't know if you've been noticing our Discord, Epic, but Canada right now is, for lack of a better word, fucked already. Okay, so I found out from my one brother, and I did some mild digging, that at least one, if not two, of our political parties has been actively compromised by foreign entities, namely China. And then my other brother tonight told me that because of certain inquiries that have been going on due to mismanagement of funds. So basically the Liberals were doing money laundering with some I think it was environmental thing. So anyway, there was money laundering being done. And so they're currently under investigation. And when they were asked to send in records to outside investigatory bodies, they sent redacted material. So right now, the Liberal Party, which is controlling the country, Justin Trudeau is our prime minister. They're unable right now to pass any bill or laws. No one can pass or do anything. There's nothing being legislated because no one can go and do anything because everyone is under investigation, essentially. If they're being investigated for money laundering or they're being investigated for connections to India and extremist groups in India, or they're being investigated for their connections to China. So that is the Canadian government right now, chat. And our government's not running right now. So if there's a war next door, we'll just be leaning back and taking it like a champ, because that's all we can do. Like, literally. Is there a way to make it multiple choice? Yeah. We'll make it multiple choice. Yeah. So if there's a war in the States tomorrow, I'll pray for the safety of my American friends. Some of them are in this chat because I don't want people to get hurt. I'd prefer if we can all remain civil while we have deep disagreements. And I hope that people aren't... Let's just say that right now in Canada, there was an election held in BC, and it's under fire, under question, because of involvement with China. So once again, I hope that everything is clear and above board for America, so America can keep trucking on. Because I can assure you that although we are very quiet and we are very small in terms of our population, I can assure you that our government is pretty much a dumpster fire right now. We are in shambles. We can't even, our government is getting paid hundreds, if not millions of dollars to do nothing right now. So it's not great right now in Canada. So, it is what it is. No matter who wins, the other side will deny it is legitimate. Absolutely, Jonathan. Absolutely. Either side, we're going to see Yeah, it's not going to be good, whatever it is. Go north until there's not a person in sight. Yeah, but the problem is if there's no person in sight, how will I get food? I don't drive. The mayor in the state. I will say that I was talking with my one friend and she said that she's not a straight ticket voter. And the reason is because more often than not, it's the people on the local level that are more important about your actual stuff than the upper level in terms of practical change. The same is actually true in Canada as well. Except that in Canada, it's now actually so corrupt, it's all the way down to the bottom. So the reason why Canada is struggling right now to a degree with its housing situation isn't just because of this worldwide recession. There's an aspect where it's actually tied to our government and the fact that certain, let's just say that a chunk of our members of parliament, so that would be equal to the that would be equal to American senators. Okay, so our members of parliament have been found to be basically owners of multiple properties, aka slumlords. So they are not invested in revisiting laws surrounding land ownership because they themselves are benefiting from an extremely exploitative situation. So in this case, in Canada, the federal has become so whack that it's actually affecting the municipal, the provincial and the municipal. And yeah, that's the shittiness that is that's Canada. Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. Yeah. And I have a friend, a very young friend, right? Very, very young. A young woman. She was recently diagnosed with a word that some people would feel to be fairly significant. And they basically told her that she won't be able to hear from a surgeon until maybe 8 months, maybe a year from now. So she's going to have to live with something for a year that many would consider to be, you know, you would raise your eyebrow over that. So it's not easy to live in this country. I will say that. Ice fishing, bro. Yeah. They want to keep their fiefdoms. Oh, Leo, so real. Last time okay. Well, let's wind it down, everyone, chat. Let's see. I think we did pretty good today, all things considered. We were persecuted, but we held strong. I just want to say thank you to everyone who came in. All of you who are listening, I really appreciate it. I had, as you all know, I've had some pretty tough weeks recently because of this client I'm trying to get through, and having chat talking with me has been really cheering me up and getting me through this, and I really appreciate it. And you know, we may disagree on certain things, but I really appreciate everyone who's sharing their opinions and their ideas. And yeah, and I just like hearing everyone checking in and stuff. That's great. So we're gonna basically end it here tonight, but next week, let's see what can happen. Maybe we'll have stuff to talk about, but I will be praying for the safety of everyone in America. Hopefully everyone will be able to not have a crazy Monday morning or a crazy Monday night. Well, or Tuesday, really. Tuesday's probably where everything will hit the fan, if anything's going to hit the fan, right? So anyway, I'm looking forward to hanging out, and we'll see about getting an extra stream in to do some KOTOR or some WoW or something, because I really, really, really want to do some relaxing things after a long struggle fest with my client. So anyway, I'll see everyone around. Thank you for coming, and take care.